All right, we will get started. So good morning, everybody. My name is Ryan Nelson. I'm the chair of the Governor's Pardon Advisory Board. Welcome to our July 8th, 2022 hearing. I'm going to go through a few housekeeping items, and then we'll jump right into things. So to start with, this is being live streamed on both Wisconsin Eye and YouTube. So therefore, please be mindful of that. In addition, in order to make it easier for the members of the board to know who we're talking to and to maintain audio quality and help with the streaming, please both mute yourself and turn off your camera until it is your turn to speak. You can do so by clicking in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen or device. There's a little phone and camera icon, or the camera icon for the video and a little microphone icon for your audio. When I call you up, please just click on those again. It'll turn your camera back on, it'll turn your audio on, and then we can hear from you. When I do call from you, I'm going to be calling folks in the order that they are listed on the open meeting notice for today. So we'll be starting with Margot, then Anna, Jason, Joshua, Andre, Sean, and then Corey. We will be going in that order. So when I call your name, turn your camera on, turn your microphone on, but until then, please keep them off. When I call you up to speak, we sent you some questions ahead of time. As a reminder, in general, we want to hear how you ended up with your felony conviction or convictions. We want specifics in your own words, not just that I was in the wrong place at the wrong time and got a felony. There's a little bit more to it in terms of your specific involvement and how you ended up with the conviction. We also want to hear about what happened afterwards in terms of completing your sentence, paying off restitution, so on and so forth, or whether you still owe restitution. And then we want to briefly hear about what you've done since then and why you think you've earned the chance to receive a pardon from the governor. You'll have about 5 to 7 minutes to go through that. I know it's a lot, so please be concise and to the point. I will then open it up for questions, and we will be concise with our questions. We may or may not have questions for you. Do not read too much into it. And if we don't have questions for you, it just means that your presentation application were straightforward. After we get done hearing from everybody, we will be meeting in closed session, and we will be making a decision on whether or not to recommend you for a pardon. You need to receive majority support from the board members present in order to have your application forwarded to the governor. If you don't receive majority support, your application will be denied, and you'll have an opportunity to reapply within 18 months of the date of your denial letter. If you do get our recommendation, your application will go to the governor, and Governor Evers will make a final decision on whether or not to grant you a pardon. If he decides not to, again, you'll receive a denial letter and you'll be able to reapply within 18 months of the date of that letter. If he does decide to grant you a pardon, you'll receive a pardon in the mail. All of this will take place in about 1 to 2 months from the date of today's hearing. So you've done the longest part in terms of waiting in order to get here today. So it's relatively brief from here on out compared to the wait to get here. I'm going to do introductions and then we'll jump right into things. And then one final little bit, after we've heard from you, you do not need to stay on. No one does. You don't need to. You don't get any extra credit points for staying on. You can sign off and go about the rest of your day and hopefully even your weekend. So in addition to myself, we have Judge Jeff Kremers. Jeff is a retired judge from the Milwaukee County Circuit Court. We have Cindy O'Donnell. Cindy is with the Wisconsin Department of Corrections and previously the Wisconsin Department of Justice. We have Nadia Perez-Reyes, who is the Assistant Deputy Secretary of the Wisconsin Department of Children and Families and a former public defender. And last but not least, we have the Reverend Jerry Hancock, who is the Director of the Prison Ministry Project and a former state and county prosecutor. And with that, we will go to our first applicant. So Margot, if you wouldn't mind turning your camera on and your audio, we'll get started. All right, well,
hello, are you guys able to see me?
Yeah, but I think you have another device on. It looks like your iPhone, and that's causing an echo. Yep, there we go.
Can you hear me?
Yep, perfect. Yep, we can hear you, Margot.
Hello?
Yep, we can hear you. We can hear you, Margot. You might need to turn the volume up. So what we'll do is we will all right, so we'll jump ahead and we'll come back to Margot. So Anna Campbell. It's like we don't have Anna. All right, we will then jump to Jason Barkholtz. All right, Jason. Well, thanks. So Jason, you heard how, in terms of we like to hear about. So sorry, Jason, we'll have a member of our staff call Margot. So you heard in terms of we need to hear how you end up with your felony conviction, what happened with your sentence, what happened afterwards, and why you think you've earned the chance to receive a pardon. So please proceed.
All right. Hello there. My name is Jason Barkholtz, and I wanted to thank the board for taking the time to hear my story this morning. I'm a little nervous. This isn't really my thing, so I wrote out my story to read to you so I could keep it all straight. First of all, I don't want to place blame on anybody's shoulders but my own, but I do need to set the tone. Growing up, I was left on my own a lot. I had to fend for myself when my parents were around. They drank a lot. I watched my father drink himself to death while I was still in high school. That had a profound impact on my attitude and my behavior. I saw many things that helped to shape my young mind. As I grew, I began doing the things that I'd been seeing. It all seemed normal, like how people live. It took me many years and hard lessons to learn how wrong I was. It started with underage drinking and smoking cigarettes. And then it moved to petty theft, smoking pot. I'd get caught, blame an external force, pay my fine, and move on. Things escalated. I began getting more involved in serious crimes like burglaries and selling pot to support my use. As the saying goes, if you play with fire long enough, you'll get burned. And I got burned. When I was 18, 19 years old, I committed 2 burglaries and sold a quarter-pound of pot to an associate who wore a wire. Apparently, like me, he didn't like taking responsibility for his actions. I say that because I consider that way out for myself. I'm glad I didn't, because the time in prison gave me many opportunities to learn lessons that I may not have otherwise. I must admit, when I went to prison, I still did not want to take responsibility for my actions. 2 years in prison, including an AODA program and DACC, really helped me to see many of the things wrong with me. I feel I made much good progress in those years. When I got out of prison, I had 5 years of extended supervision, and I was 21 years old. I made up my mind I was done using drugs and I was done stealing. But I wasn't. I was 21 and I wasn't in recovery. And I didn't want to take full responsibility. I convinced myself that because I was 21 and of legal drinking age, I was okay to drink despite being against the rules of my supervision. 2 years, 6 BO holds later, 2 of which I committed OWIs, I got myself revoked for 9 months. Something had to change. I'm sorry.
No Hope you're doing fine.
Shortly after I got out, I began working towards a brighter future. I met my soon-to-be wife. I found a career as a welder. I took classes at Fox Valley Tech. Welding seemed like a good fit for me. I was good at it. Most employers don't seem to care about my 3 felonies, and it was lucrative. I was soon after released from supervision early. I married my wife, Heather, August 28, 2010. Then we moved to Illinois, where we lived for 5 years. Next, we moved to New Mexico for 18 months. And then on September 22nd, 2017, my son Jackson was born. We moved home to Wisconsin. Then on November 5th, 2019, my daughter Olivia was born. Then on August 28th, 2020, I took my last drink. I've been sober now nearly 2 years, and it's the longest I've been sober since I was a freshman in high school. I am now an active member of the AA communities in both Dane and Rock County. I have a lot of remorse for the things that I've done in my past. I have no doubt that most of those stem from substance abuse and misuse. I want to show my children something different than I saw. Growing up, I want to show them a world including our neighbors to the northern border, Canada, which this pardon would help make possible. I want to show them that hard work and dedication can pay off and redemption is attainable. I have been gainfully employed for the majority of my life. It has always been very physical jobs. I've fantasized for, in the recent years, on spending the twilight of my career doing something less physical. I enjoy training and mentoring young welders. It is part of my job as a team lead at Endress Manufacturing. Maybe a teaching or mentoring position at a vocational tech or high school would be a good fit. Receiving a pardon would help make that possible. In summary, growing up, I saw and experienced things that weren't good for me. I also missed out on experiences and support from positive influences and role models. From this, I developed a criminal mentality. It didn't take me long to realize that that wasn't the kind of life that I wanted. However, it took years of reprogramming myself and to become someone I liked, somebody that was different. Now that I have kids, I work harder than ever before towards these goals. I want to show them how and what is possible in life, and I don't want them to be held back because of the mistakes that I have made. I sincerely want to thank the Pardon Board for hearing me, and I'll be glad to answer any questions. Thanks again.
Thanks, Jason. Questions from the board? Jerry? Oh, you're muted, Jerry.
I know this was a long time ago, but in the first burglary, where you took the safe, there was also a loaded .45 caliber pistol involved. What happened to the pistol?
Honestly, I have no idea what happened to that. It was I was the driver on that one. Like, I was party to the crime of. The people that the person that I was involved in the crime with took the pistol. I do not know what happened to it.
Okay. And your wife works for the state?
Yes.
What does she do?
She works for UW right now. She is a professor. Before that, she was working for State Patrol. She was in charge of all the breathalyzers in the state of Wisconsin.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
No.
Any other questions? All right, well, thanks, Jason. Despite the nerves, you did just fine. I know it's not an easy form or to talk about these things. So, and you get it out of the way right away. So thanks for appearing before us and being candid and sharing your story. You'll hear from us in about a month or two in terms of the outcome of this process, but appreciate your time and hope you have a good day.
All right. Thank you again.
Thanks.
Bye.
All right, we're gonna jump back now and see if we can, hopefully Margot, let's see if we got your audio. Just connecting the audio. 1 second, Margot.
Hello.
Yep, we can hear you now.
Okay, great. So thank you guys for your time and your patience today. Moving along, of course, I'm nervous too, but back in 2005, I had an incident with law enforcement. I was leaving a concert with my boyfriend at the time. As we were leaving, there was some other men somewhere in the area that were like disrespecting me, and he was behind me. So as a result, my boyfriend at the time and these guys kind of got into a little argument. Police was there at the time. I was trying to get him to the car as I was instructed by the police. They told me to get him to the car. I was really trying to get him to the car because he was set to start a job the next day and we really needed the income at the time. So as I got him to the car, more confusion continued to go on. He jumped out of the car. I got out of the car with him to get him back in the car. By this time, the whole concert had ended, so there's people everywhere. More police came. They didn't know kind of what was going on, so they kind of got all in the middle of it. It turned into pretty much a battle with myself, my boyfriend, the officers that was telling me to get back to the car. I think they were trying to explain, but at the time it was just so much going on. So it was at least 5 officers, and like literally I was kicked, I was dragged, I was punched, everything. As a result, I did bite an officer as my reaction for self-defense. So that's kind of in a nutshell what happened at that point in time. My sentence went pretty much as follows. So in 2005, October, I was charged with a Class H felony. I was unable to obtain a lawyer due to only having 10 days. And on my first appearance, due to only having 10 days for my first appearance. So I went to court at least 2 times representing myself. I was unable to qualify for a public defender because they told me my income was too high. At the time, the judge said, Ms. Blaine, do you understand the severity of this charge? Being 23 years old, I gave the response, yes. Although I did not really understand how severe this was, I didn't even think that I would get such a high of a charge for this. So I was appointed an attorney by, I guess, title, but it was a public defender at the rate of $50 per hour. I believe that this guy was new at the time. Of course, there was no cameras during all of these events, but I did have a portable camera that I took pictures of all of my bruises, all of my injuries. I ended up developing a staph infection from being dragged all over the ground. I had multiple lawyers that I went to. They did not want to pick up the case because it was involving the Milwaukee Police Department. They threw out, at the time, 2005 astronomical numbers. So it was like $10,000 to obtain a lawyer, and I needed half down for a retainer fee. The public defender and the district attorney did not get along. I know that in theory they would say, okay, they shouldn't get along. However, I have worked with multiple district attorneys as well as public defenders, and they have came up with mutual agreements in my experience. I believe somewhere in there was a change of judges. I attempted to reopen the case. when I had the ability to pay for a lawyer, and I was told that if they pulled all the information, but they told me if I opened the case, that I would have to take it to trial, and if I lose in trial, I would have to serve the sentence time, which is 1 year in the House of Correction. At that time, I had little children, and I didn't think that I wanted to do that. So I was discharged early from probation. I received probation, 3 years of probation. I discharged in January of 2008. I received my official certificate in March of 2008. The therapist, as well as the probation officer, did not deem me to be a threat. They did think it was an unusual situation and unfortunate, considering I didn't have the resources that I needed. I did take this to the rehabilitation panel in 2007. I was approved by the panel. I have been attempting to get a pardon since 2007 under Jim Doyle. I put in an application and went all the way to 2011 when Scott Walker took office. I went then to follow up on my application for pardon. I was told that all the files from Doyle has been discarded and that they have suspended the pardon indefinitely. Up to today, 2021, up to today in 2021, I finally got my first attempt and given a chance for this potential pardon. Some of my accomplishments: I received my bachelor's in human service management. I have my master's in working as a licensed professional counselor. I've done 17 years at Freighter, with the last 2.5 years being on an inpatient behavioral health unit. I have mentored youth with the Running Rebels organization. I own multiple businesses, including an adult family home serving developmentally disabled, traumatic brain injury, elderly, as well as the disabled population. I own a restaurant. I have full-time employment with the county in Wisconsin, where I am providing therapy to behavioral health patients. I have had zero trouble with the law since then, and I am now married with children. Why I want this is because I would like to apply for certification with the National Board of Certified Counselors. They take you throughout this whole process, and you do have to fill out all the background check. And to be honest with you, this has been really traumatic for me, as well as depressing. So every time I go to apply, I kind of put things down because I feel like I'm going to be rejected, because I have been rejected multiple times due to my background. I do want the ability to hold public office. I want to be able to volunteer without being rejected. I want to be able to sit on the school board. I feel this charge was unnecessary. And unfortunately, I had a lack of knowledge as well as limited resources. I've been attempting this since 2007 under 3 governors. I would like to be an advocate for others and write a book. I would like to be blocked from CCAP because I really feel like it's an invasion of privacy. By me being a licensed therapist and working in the counties, any of those patients could go and they could attempt to pull me up. If they pull me up and they see all of this background information, I don't want to cause any unnecessary, drama for the county in which I work for. I would like all my rights restored. Again, I have zero trouble with the law. I would like to feel confident in myself and less depressed. I would like to show all the lawyers and all of the people who I've encountered that have encouraged me to really keep fighting for this. I would like to show them at the end that, I did continue to fight. I did it, and I did it without the dollar figures that was thrown at me in the beginning. For me, I think it's well-deserved. I work with officers in the court of law. I represent mentally ill patients in the court of law. I am not a threat. I'm not a criminal. And I really hope that you guys approve this pardon.
Thanks,
Thank
Margo. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Good morning, Ms. Perkins. One of the things you list in your application that you need the pardon for employment, and you say you want to own a firearm for business protection.
Mhm.
But you currently work at Froedtert Hospital, right?
No, so I just left Froedtert Hospital.
Okay,
Probably about a couple of weeks ago. I was given the opportunity to join the county by submitting my application, complete my background check, as well as supplying the rehabilitation review. At the time when I was looking for employment. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Hello?
yes,
Okay. So at the time when I was trying to apply for employment throughout my 17 years, a lot of people did not know what a rehabilitation review is. On the information, it has that you are supposed to call this number to find out kind of if it's still approved or whatever the case may be. But because they didn't know what it was, and because you see the charge, I never really got far with that. It's just almost like an automatic denial.
okay. So my question is about why you would need a firearm in a business setting.
So not necessarily. So I would like all my rights restored. So when I went back to look at all of my information, it says that I will not ever be able to own a firearm.
That's
So
correct.
if I would like to, like right now, there is no ability to protect my business other than to hire security.
Right, but protect what business? I'm unclear, because when you filled out that statement, you were working at the hospital.
Yeah, so I have done multiple jobs at once. So a lot of this is crossing. Yes, I work at the hospital and I own a restaurant. And I left the hospital and I'm working full time for the county. So I'm doing multiple things at once.
Okay, okay. I have another question. The police officer that you bit twice in the triceps, you haven't mentioned that officer at all. Do you have any regret about that or any empathy for the victim who got injured by you?
Yeah. So please be advised, I was injured as well. And as a result of my injury, that's kind of how that all kind of took place, as it was like a reaction to what was happening to me. Do I have regrets? Yes. If I could turn the hands back to time, I would have liked to be able to perhaps step to the side, talk to the officers, let them know kind of exactly what was going on. But given that it was a concert, it was pretty wild out there. So I don't even think that anyone would have like really tried to listen. But yes, do I have regrets? Yes, I do. I would never bite an individual, a human being. I felt like I was in a situation that was unfortunate.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, well, thanks, Ms. Perkins, for sharing your story with us. Again, we'll hear from us in about a month or two in terms of the outcome of the process, but I appreciate your time and hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. All right, next we will try with Anna Campbell. So Anna, looks like you called in. If you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself. There we go. Can you hear me, Anna? Anna, can you hear me? All right, we will try back with Anna. All right, then we'll jump ahead to Joshua Simonson. So Joshua.
I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, all right, Anna. Well, we are having quite the day with IT issues. So if you can describe, what happened in terms of how you got your felony conviction, what happened afterwards, and why you think you've earned a chance to receive a pardon. So please proceed.
Yes. Well, really, I was just an addict. I have over 20 years clean, and most of the cases that I do have, it was really I wasn't selling them, I was delivering, I was buying them, and I was the middleman. I would buy them, you would buy me something, and I would give it to you. But each time, it was the police. That just show you how out of it. I was doing the same thing, looking for different results, not thinking, I was young at the time. When I moved to Wisconsin, I was moved to get my life and myself together. And I relapsed after my daughter drowned. My daughter drowned 2 days before her birthday in Oshkosh. I was at work, and I got a call from the where they were the daycare that my daughter had drowned. Like I said, I was doing good up until then. Once my daughter drowned, everything just went left. The family fell apart. It just, And when I went to prison, when I got out in 2009, that I would get myself together. And I did that for a while. Then I had a car accident. I was in an accident. I was hit by a truck, and they was looking for me to die, but God is good. I'm still here. And with that, I relapsed again. This was in 2013. But when I relapsed, it wasn't off drugs or anything. It was some medication that was given to me, and I didn't know the reaction of it. I wound up way in a whole nother town and get a case. But the police said they went in my purse and they got my medicine. And the medicine that they did get, it was my medicine. So with that, I just want to pardon. I just want to restore all my rights. If I do want to go down to the Salvation and volunteer, I can't. I have a felon. If I do anything do happen and I do need something, I can't because I have a felon. It's just you're so limited with the felon. So like I said, I never sold drugs. I never, all my downfall was using drugs, not thinking. And when you using them drugs, your mind ain't right. You think you are. And I just want my rights restored. And first of all, I want to thank y'all for y'all patience, because y'all been patient with me for years trying to get this. And every time I do call, y'all do return my call. I mean, y'all just been awesome. So I'm just asking you please restore my rights. Thank you guys so very much for listening to me.
Thanks, Ms. Campbell. Questions from the board? Jeff?
Good morning, Ms. Campbell. Ms. Campbell.
Good morning.
I may have misheard you, but I thought it sounded like at the beginning of your comments, you said when this happened, you were young and addicted. But the crimes that you're seeking a pardon for, you were 47, 49, and 57 years old when you committed these. I understand the last one had to do with this car accident, but the two my bad. I'm not young in age. I was young and gullible, young and my crime started when I came to Wisconsin, and I left Chicago, coming to another state, trying to bring my boys and stuff so they wouldn't have to grow up in Chicago. And with that, I was young because I was dumb. Out there, I didn't know nothing about them streets like that, especially coming from a whole nother era. I didn't know. So I understand. So how long have you been, or when did you first start using drugs like cocaine or marijuana? This was around what, 80 something? My case is from 80 something. So how old were you? Yeah. My first case, I was in my late. No, not your first case. Not your first case. When did you first start? Okay. When did you first start using drugs? Oh, I was using in my teenage years, drinking marijuana, Okay. Because I practically had to raise myself. I come home from school at the age of 12, and my mom had a stroke. I didn't know what it was. I ran away for a long time. I lived in abandoned buildings. I did what I had to do to live. I was still constantly going to school. Nobody knew what I was going through. Come to find out, the people that was coming for me were the people from Child and Family Services, but I didn't know nothing about that time. So okay. I turned to the streets. I ran to the streets. I raised myself. I had to sleep with people to have a pillow up under my head and be in a bed. It's just so much I had to do at the age of 12 to get to where I am today. And have you been through any formal treatment? I know it says you go to Narcotics Anonymous, but did you go through any treatment programs? Or did you just stop on your own?
Got me straight. No, I couldn't. I didn't. I tried to do it cold, but when I came home from prison, I went to meetings, as I still attend meetings every now and then. I'm not as much as I used to, but I still attend meetings, and I would get on the program to lead me off of it. I got on the methadone program. I continued the completed the movies. I completed the methadone program and everything.
Thank you.
Thank you for asking.
Jerry?
Ms. Campbell, you said in your application, a pardon would help you be able to raise your grandkids. How will that help?
Okay. For instance, because which had just happened to a family member. Her child got out in these streets and things broke bad, and she wants her grandkids, but she's not able to get her grandkids because when you have a felon, they look at it as if you do something to the kids. I guess what it said. I don't know, but for that reason alone, because I see one of my kids going the wrong path, and if anything happened, I want to be able to take care of my grandkids. I don't want my grandkids going to the state.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you for asking.
Well, thanks, Ms. Campbell, for appearing before us. Appreciate your time and candor, and very sorry to hear about your daughter, and hope you have a wonderful weekend, and you'll hear from us in about a month or two in terms of the outcome of the process. But thank you.
Oh, so awesome. You guys have a blessed one as well, and stay safe.
Thank you. All right. Now we will go to Joshua Simonson. So Joshua. All right. We're now ready for you. So you've seen how this works a couple of times, so please proceed.
Good morning. A little bit nervous here today, so I don't want to leave anything out. I have a letter that I've prepared that I'd like to read to you guys. When I was 23 years old, about 15 years ago, I committed an aggravated battery. There's not a day that goes by where I don't think about how I hurt my victim. And I'm deeply ashamed of what I did. It was late December 2006. It had been less than 1 year since I returned home from Iraq. I was finishing up my first semester of college. I had been deployed on active duty with the Wisconsin National Guard the previous 4.5 years. So I was adjusting to civilian life. On the night of my felony crime, I finished work and went to a bar to meet friends. And that's where I encountered the victim, Mr. Rosemeyer. I had never met him before. I foolishly involved myself in an argument between my roommate and Mr. Rosemeyer. An employee from the bar intervened between us, and I left the first bar. I then walked down the street to another bar, and looking back now, I wonder why I felt the need to go to another bar instead of just going home. And the only explanation that I can give is that the younger me should have known better. Shortly after I arrived there, Mr. Rosemeyer arrived too. Around closing time, I went to use the restroom. While I was at the urinal, I recognized Mr. Rosemeyer to my left. We exchanged words. I turned my attention away and then suddenly observed movement to my left. I threw my arms up to block what I thought was a punch. To this day, I don't know whether Mr. Rosemeyer actually tried to punch me, but in that moment, I thought he did. And then we were engaged in a fight. Mr. Rosemeyer and I each grabbed one another by the upper arms. And scared that I could be hurt, I started punching him quickly. I'm 5'8", and Mr. Rosemeyer was much taller than me, over 6 feet. I was afraid he'd hurt me. I was punching up in the direction of his head. And knowing what I know now about his injuries that I caused him, it's hard for me to describe my actions. It makes me sick just thinking about what I did and knowing that I should have ran away. All this happened quickly. It felt like it was an instinctive reaction. When I felt Mr. Rosemeyer release his grip from my shoulders, I ran out of the restroom. I was completely terrified of what I had done and what might happen if the police or the victim and his friends caught up to me. I later learned that my victim suffered significant injuries to his face and head, and he needed surgery. I was convicted of aggravated battery. The judge sentenced me to 2 months of jail, 480 hours of community service, and 3 years probation. I served my sentence without incident and was terminated from probation after just 13 months when I petitioned the court to voluntarily deploy on a second tour to Iraq. After 15 years of daily reflection, I realized that I had several opportunities to avoid this entire encounter. I admit that I didn't use good judgment. At my sentencing, Judge Gabler asked me why I didn't follow my military training and retreat like General George Washington did. He was right. I should have known better than to go to the second bar where Mr. Rosemeyer might show up. I should have known better than to stay in the second bar when he arrived there. I definitely should have known better than to exchange words with him in the restroom. Without question, I should have never engaged in a physical altercation with him. I was completely wrong, irresponsible, and immature in my failure to get myself away from the situation. As I wrote my pardon application, I pray every day for forgiveness from God, from the man I injured, and from my fellow citizens of the state. Recently, I was able to work through the Restorative Justice Program to send an apology letter to my victim through a third party named Amy Nemitz. I feel very fortunate that Mr. Rosemeyer was willing to accept the apology letter. I'm told by Ms. Nemitz that Mr. Rosemeyer has a family and is doing well today. I'm grateful that he was willing to communicate that message to me through her. And you have a letter from Ms. Nemitz in my pardon application. Thankfully, my crime is not the end of my story. I served my sentence without incident. I was even discharged almost 2 years early. This is the only crime that I've ever committed. I received my bachelor's degree from UW-Stout, and despite my felony conviction, I was able to get a good job. I've been with the same company now for over 10 years. I'm most proud of my family. My wife, Kimberly, and I have been together for 15 years. And just last week, we celebrated our 10th wedding anniversary. We have 3 children, all boys, and they're the greatest blessing in our life. They are the reason that I get up every day extra early, put in a full day's work so I can get home and join them for dinner, or at least tuck them in. They are also the reason that I get up early every Saturday and Sunday when I'd rather sleep in. Kimberly is a full-time mom, and as parents, we are committed to raising children who will contribute to society in meaningful ways. We have many conversations about how we model behavior for our children to instill the values that are important to us. The biggest reason that I'm seeking a pardon is so that I will not be limited in the activities that I'm able to do with my children that are starting to play sports and be part of extracurricular activities. It's very important to me and my wife that I'm able to be their coach, scout leader, or chaperone. Another reason is to expand job opportunities with my current employer. My conviction prevents me from working on military bases and international border crossings. Also, if needed to re-enter the job market, a pardon would make me feel much more confident in a job interview. We also would like to be able to bring our kids to Canada for the annual family vacation that my extended family goes on. There's one more reason that is not my application. My wife is a part-time neonate intensive care unit nurse. She frequently encounters mothers who are unable to care for their babies. Recently, this has sparked a desire for us to foster or adopt children. And it breaks my heart knowing that this might be impossible due to my conviction. I've worked unbelievably hard the past 15 years to be a model citizen, husband, and father. I have prayed for this opportunity to be here today, asking all of you, please give me a second chance. Give me a chance to secure a better future for my family. I just want to thank each of you and Governor Evers for this opportunity. For so many years, people in Wisconsin had no hope of receiving a pardon. I also want to thank Mr. Rosemeyer for having accepted my letter of apology to him. Whatever the outcome of your decision, I will continue to be a great father, employee, and citizen. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Mr. Simpson. Can you just briefly describe a little bit in terms of your service overseas in Iraq? Can you just describe what your deployments were like?
Yeah, so it was a transportation unit, and we basically would take units from Kuwait up into Iraq, and then we bring units that they're replacing from Iraq back down to Kuwait for the remobilization. Our primary thing that we would haul around would be tanks, engineering equipment, and part of that, there was a special assignment that I was actually attached to that it was tasked with providing security for the convoys. So it was a Humvee, and we would spend anywhere from usually about a week or more, depending on where it was at. If it was up in northern Iraq, it would be a week and a half mission. And then along the way, we'd have spots that we'd stop at, that we would go to, but basically driving up and down roads in Iraq. And at the time, there was, heavy threat for IEDs, gunfire, smaller and stuff like that. So it was a little stressful, but basically that's what my tour was protecting convoys throughout Iraq.
Thank you. Questions from the board? We'll go Jeff, Jerry, then Cindy.
Good morning, sir. This is, I know it's been a little bit of a time, but in 2015, you posted something on Facebook. It was a picture of someone holding a hunting rifle. You recall that?
I think it may have been, was it a military person?
Looks like it. I mean, the hunting rifle's got camouflage on it, but he's standing in front of a flag poster, yes, and a military.
Okay, so that is actually a picture of Chris Kyle. He is the American Sniper. There was a movie, I believe, made about him. He was killed a few years back. I believe that I don't do social media very much, so I think that picture might have been posted shortly after that movie was released.
Okay, thank you.
Jerry?
Your service in the National Guard is really admirable. And you seem to imply in your application that if you got a pardon, you might be able to rejoin the National Guard?
It would be a great thing to be able to be back in the military serving my country. I'm not completely certain that a pardon would allow me. It would definitely help with, I would say, the next hurdle. But I'm not for certain that they would allow me back in, but it would be an opportunity that would get me much closer.
Okay, thank you.
Cindy?
Just a couple of questions. Mr. Simonson, when you were sentenced, you were ordered to do 480 hours of community service. Do you remember where you did that?
I did most of it, our local church, and then also too, I did some service with the military, with the National Guard units, making some retirement shadow boxes and stuff for retired members. majority of that was with the church and with the military.
Okay. You were also ordered to write a letter of apology to the victim through your agent. Did you do that at the time?
Yes, I did.
And was that letter of apology different from the one you sent through the restorative justice more recently?
I don't recall because it was quite a while ago, 15 years.
Okay.
But it was not the same. It was not the same letter. I mean, I wrote that one last year. So.
Yeah, I mean, the passage of time changes how we see things, and I was just curious if
Absolutely.
you had. So you had this felony conviction in 2007, and then you're removed from the National Guard because you can't obviously carry a firearm. But that doesn't happen until 2011, right?
That's correct.
Why the gap, and why were you allowed to continue to serve?
At the time, there was different proceedings that I was having to go through. I did have to sit in front of a panel of high-ranking officials. And at that time, they determined that they would reduce me in rank. I went from a staff sergeant down to a specialist. So it was like upper enlisted down to the lower enlisted. But then ultimately, I was considered non-deployable or unable to continue my military obligations because I could not possess a firearm.
So from the period of the conviction in 2007 until you were removed in 2011, you served in the National Guard but didn't have use or access to a weapon?
Majority of that. Now, I know that during my first years with shortly after when I was still on probation, my probation officer we contacted some military attorneys to see if I could continue my service. And at that time, they granted. I think looking back at it, I don't think that they were right in doing that, but they gave me authorization to do it.
Okay.
As far as with the military National Guard training, you're really not doing a lot of firearm handling. Most of that stuff is locked up in the armory, and you're doing different types of training and maintenance on equipment. And so to be honest, it's very limited, but obviously it's a requirement that you have to be able to do it. So
yeah. And I know you did your due diligence because I saw the letter from your agent about contacting the proper people to make sure you were okay with doing whatever you were doing. I'm not implying you weren't. I'm just curious about how that went for you, and then why you eventually got removed in 2011.
Yeah, no, like I said, it was because I could not. They have like check boxes that make you deployable, is what they call it. So whether it be medical issues that they can terminate your your contract, your service. So.
Okay, thank you.
All right, well, thanks, Mr. Simpson, for appearing before us and sharing your story. As you've heard me say before, you'll hear from us in about a month or two in terms of the outcome of the process, but I appreciate your time and hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you. You too.
Thanks. All right, next we'll hear from Andre Mixon. Andre, looks like we're still trying to connect audio.
While we're waiting, I will be recusing myself
Okay.
from Mixon's case since I was the judge that presided over a number of his cases.
Sounds good. Andre, are you there?
Hello.
Yep.
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can hear you. All right. Well, thanks for appearing before us, Andre. You've heard a couple of times before. We want to hear how you end up with your convictions, what happened afterwards, and why you think you've earned a chance to receive a pardon. So please proceed.
Before you proceed, Mr. Mixon, before you proceed,
yeah.
I don't know if you were connected when I said what I just said a couple minutes ago. I was the judge on a number of your cases, and so I'm not going to be taking part in the consideration of your pardon application. I don't think it would be appropriate. So otherwise, you can go ahead and proceed. Thank you.
All righty. I received a possession of a felon of a firearm back in 2000. I received, which I believe I received 8 years for the offense. I never received any time over 8 years. So at that point, I knew it was time for me to make a change. I did everything in my will while I was incarcerated to become a better person on the inside, like take up programs such as cognitive thinking, as I knew I would return home, and I couldn't have the same mindset if I wanted to change for the better. I did my time, came home, and now I'm that better person that I should have been in the beginning. That was my last case in 2000. I think I've been out like 17 years now. I believe out of the roughly 17 years, in my last case was 2000. I actually wanted to wait as long to apply, because I felt that I needed to actually prove my actions spoke louder than my words. I wanted to get as much job experience under my belt as possibly could to show that I made the necessary change that I needed to make to become the U.S. citizen that I once was. Being a felon makes your life feel so incomplete, stopping you from doing a lot of things that a normal U.S. citizen is able to do. I have my own business now. I'm also a truck driver, a home health care provider as we speak, with other skills that I accomplished since I've been home from incarceration. And with that being said, I asked the board to consider forming me into a U.S. citizen again.
All right. Well, thanks,
I return home.
Oh, go ahead.
Excuse
go
me.
ahead.
I returned home from incarceration 17 years ago. Out of those 17 years, I've contributed to community service. I've contributed to the community by giving free haircuts to the neighborhood, also lending a helping hand in any neighborhood I lived in by cutting grass, making sure the upkeep of the neighborhood stayed clean. I also worked for some major companies like Pepsi, Miller, City of Milwaukee, Waste Management. I even started my own business, which is Land Rover Investments, LLC. I'm currently also taking care of the mentally challenged, so I'm staying pretty busy now nowadays. Things all set up so that I can live the rest of my life comfortably, heading into retirement. I just kept it short and brief. That's all I needed to say. I didn't want to have too much to say. But I just kept it short and brief.
No, appreciate it. Thanks, Mr. Mixon. Questions from the board? Cindy and then Jerry.
Mr. Mixon, where do you currently work?
I work for a group home right now and take care of the mentally ill.
In Milwaukee?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How long have you worked there?
I own my own business as well.
How long have you worked at the group home?
Roughly for about a year now.
And what kind of work do you do there?
Take clients out, to eat, watch clients, pass meds, making sure that they safe. Just kind of take care of the mentally challenged.
Okay. And what shift do you work?
First shift.
Okay. Another question, the photo associated with your Zoom sign in here has what appears to be a number of $100 bills fanned out on a board or something. Why did you why'd you choose that photo?
I had won that money at Potawatomi one time, and I don't know, I had seen it and I just picked it. I picked it and left it there. I won all that money at Potawatomi.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Jerry.
Mr. Mixon.
Yeah.
You were dealing drugs at one point and got convicted of that, but you also had 2 charges of felon in possession, and you were convicted of one and acquitted on the other one after a jury trial. But the one that you were convicted of, you had a pistol, a .357 pistol, and a 12-gauge Mossberg shotgun. What were you doing with those guns?
Actually, I didn't have those guns. They were in somebody else's home, and the guns was in their home, and I was charged with the gun. I didn't have the guns. The guns was in somebody else's home that they executed a search warrant on somebody else's home, and they just charged me with the guns. I didn't have the guns. The guns wasn't in my name. No fingerprints on the guns, and I was convicted of that. So,
Wait,
that's where they went.
wait, just a second. I thought one of the people who was also arrested said that you had brought the guns to his house.
Yeah, that's what he had said. But those guns were his. He didn't do any time. I guess he felt that he was an older guy and he couldn't stand to do any time. So I was convicted of the guns, and that was it. Those guns were his, though. I have no reason not. I've owned up to everything that I did since those days, since I've been out of prison. And I mean, I was charged for them. I think I was on paper at that time as well. So I was charged for those guns. And he did like a immunity to prosecution in that case. So I ended up going to prison.
Okay.
Any other questions? All right, well, Mr. Mixon, thanks for appearing before us and answering our questions. Like you've heard me say before, you'll hear from us in about a month or two in terms of the outcome of the process, but I appreciate your time and hope you have a good day.
All right, thank you. Thanks for the opportunity.
You're welcome. All right, next we'll hear from Sean Thiel. So Mr. Thiel, if you wouldn't mind turning your camera on and unmuting yourself.
All right, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you just fine. You've seen how this works, so please
proceed. I sweat a lot over the last hour, so here we go. My name is Sean Thiel. I'm before you requesting a pardon for my crime of theft or movable property, party to a crime involving a firearm. Around 17 to 18 years old, going into my senior year of high school, I used a key I was previously given to enter the home of Richard and Linda Allheiser, my stepdad and biological mom. Without their knowledge or permission, and stole firearms that belonged to Rich in order to pawn them for money. At the time, I was living with my older sister, who was also involved, only a short distance away from my mom and Rich in the same general area of Kaukauna. My family life was a bit complicated at the time, to say the least. But it was there where we found ourselves short on money, had known that our house was open for a week, and had the idea of stealing something for financial gain. We had entered the home, removed some of his guns, and then pawned them for a short time for money. The guns were never loaded or out of the case at any time, other than when being pawned. And there was regrettably no consideration of the consequences of such an act, let alone that what it entails involving a firearm. It was just easy to pawn, and they're expensive. We knew it, and it was for financial gain. When it was discovered and I was brought in for questioning, I was 100% honest and cooperative from the start. I didn't play the blame game or anything like that. I gave them everything I knew, and that was it. I was sentenced to a couple years probation for my crime. I paid my restitution, did everything I was asked during my supervision, never had any incidents or missed an appointment. I was released early from supervision as soon as it was possible, according to my sentence. There are many different angles to this case, from those involved to my legal and personal situations at the time. But at the end of the day, I committed a serious crime and would have never been in that situation had I made better choices. Since then, I've gotten a degree in horticulture from Fox Valley Tech, BA in business from Lakeland College. I've always been gainfully employed and excelled in my positions, from moving up quickly to landscape foreman to working in an office as a project manager after college. I've always been respected by my peers and bosses for both my work ethic and intelligence. More recently, about 5 years ago, I put my experiences together to start my own business, repairing sprinkler systems. It's gone really well. It works great for our family. I'll get into that in a bit, but we have 4 kids. My wife works full time, so having some flexibility is a great thing. I've developed many different relationships through my business with customers, have the trust of people in the community to do what is right, the right way, without questioning my integrity. Even to the extent some have been willing to express it through Google reviews, which I believe I submitted with my application. My high school sweetheart and I went on to get married. We've been married for 14 years, raising 4 amazing kids in the process, all of whom are respected by their teachers and friends alike, all do very well academically. We grinded for over 10 plus years on opposite shifts, both going to school at points to avoid daycare costs and try to get ourselves well established financially. We currently own our own home, own all our vehicles outright, no credit card debt. I mean, we're trying to do everything the right way. And obviously, I like to pass those lessons on to my kids, along with, how not to do things and how not to set yourself back in life, as I experienced firsthand. I'm an active member of our community. In recent years, it's been geared more towards youth sports. I coach soccer and freedom. It's been going on for about 5 years now, as well as youth basketball and Little Shoot. I coach my girls, my daughter's basketball team. I volunteer with other activities in between coaching, such as keeping stats, scoring, helping at youth camps, attending board meetings for our kids' charter school, attending PTO meetings for the middle school athletic program, Hoops Club, and more. More recently, we've been taking a trip once a month to feed horses at a nonprofit that's near us. I volunteered at Thousand Islands Nature Center on many occasions to do routine cleanup and contributed with my family during the watershed cleanup. I can walk through either of the schools I'm involved in, and more times than not, I'm getting hellos, thank yous from parents and teachers, hey coach, fist bumps, spies from kids I coach or their siblings. I'm involved in many. Many in our area know me, my family, and I've established a positive reputation all around. I believe I'm deserving of this pardon because I've proven beyond a doubt for my entire true adult life that I am not the same person as the reckless kid I was when I committed these acts, and I'm not willing or capable of committing such acts ever again. I lost my father when I was 15. He was my sole caregiver, and the only thing that remained constant in my life through that point, after which I had a period of recklessness. And it was a 3-year span of just recklessness on my part. And by now that's been forgiven at every level except with the state. I'm extremely sorry for what I did to Rich, my mom, and those around me. In the years following, we developed a solid relationship. He regularly attends my son's athletic events and sits with us. We speak regularly. I use his tiller every spring. I've worked hard to earn his trust back, trust that I regret ever losing in the first place. Other than a few speeding tickets, I've also had no law-related issues since this time period. I'm deeply ingrained in the community through my business, my youth coaching endeavors in multiple communities, and my ties to my children and other activities that we're always out and about. Everyone knows this. Beyond my personal relief, obviously there are some obstacles that come with having a felony. This includes the restriction of owning and possessing a firearm with the intention of hunting. Quite simply, this is Wisconsin. My wife was raised hunting. I was raised by a hunter. My kids have come in our age where they're finally interested in it. And a felony puts obvious restrictions on what we can do as a family, from no hunting trips together to no firearms in the house at all. My wife currently goes with an uncle who keeps a gun for her. This is obviously a bit of an inconvenience, and it's embarrassing, and it's something we'd like to put past us. Beyond firearms and hunting, I also have a strong interest in expanding my coaching to higher grades, possibly other programs that may see this as an obstacle, as well as a strong interest in board memberships, possibly treasurer if there were a need, or even local politics. And I would like to take opportunities to contribute without feeling restricted, as I feel I've earned it. Getting this forgiven at the highest level would allow me to dispel concern and hopefully overcome any barriers that such a conviction may present in relation to these activities. Lastly, as a business owner who makes direct contact with customers and enters homes on a regular basis, I would never want a customer to lose trust in me over something that happened so long ago. This pardon would go a long way in providing proof of my rehab. Rehab as a human being and in reinforcing the trust that I've already established with many others throughout my adult life. I know I heard a couple others say, I just want to say thank you. I never thought I'd even have the opportunity to do this. The fact that I'm sitting here right now, I'm extremely, extremely grateful for. My dad passed. There was one thing he didn't want from me, and that was ever to get in trouble. And it seems like after he passed, I spent 3 years trying to do the opposite of everything he raised me to do. And it was actually finding out, my now wife was pregnant with our first son. I was 18, 19, and it was like the wake up call of a life that I've never turned around from. I do everything for my family, and I'm going to keep doing that regardless of this outcome. But I just want to say I appreciate the opportunity.
Thanks, Sean. Questions from the board? Jerry and then Cindy.
Michelle, your application makes it clear that you and your sister Michelle were in a pretty tough spot, and it's clear from your application that you have really moved on from that situation. Was your sister Michelle charged, and how is she doing?
Oh, that's a whole nother aspect of the story. She's not doing well. Over the last, I think she's up to 5 or 6 kids with 5 different men, multiple possessions and other issues since then. Even before this took place, she had multiple issues. I could get in. I got a little bit of frustration because she actually got a state sentence on the matter. While I was convicted of a felony due to some issues between my attorney and the DA. I was never even allowed to speak to the DA. So I pushed for a jury trial. I had poor guidance from my lawyer, but the only thing I wanted was to not be convicted of a felony. I basically told the jury I did this. I'm not fighting that. I just don't believe I'm deserving of a felony conviction for this. I know what I did was wrong. It's not who I am. And unfortunately, I was able to straighten myself up, but my sister, on the other hand, is she's had a rough go.
I'm sorry to hear that, but thanks for answering the question.
Cindy?
Yeah, you covered it, I think. Initially, when you gave your opening remarks here, you said that when questioned, you accepted full responsibility and you admitted your involvement. And then I'm looking and I'm seeing you pled not guilty and you went to a jury trial, which you have a right to do. I'm not questioning that, but it just didn't seem congruent with what you were saying.
No.
So I was trying to understand.
Yep, no, totally understandable. The only reason I did that was because my lawyer basically said the only way you have any chance of not getting a felony is to push for a jury trial. Like I said, the DA wouldn't even let me talk. She wouldn't speak to me. And according to my lawyer, there was some issue from a previous case that there was a little issue between those two, and she wasn't willing to give, any bend to her, basically.
Thank you.
Well, thanks, Mr. Thiel, for appearing before us. You've heard me say it before. You'll find out about the outcome of this process in a month or two, but hope you have a good day.
Hey, thank you guys too. Side note, I'm in Atlanta, Georgia for my son's basketball tournament right now. Nerve-wracking between the possible tech issues and everything else. I'm just a mess right now.
Well, you got through it. Enjoy the tournament.
Thank you guys. Take care.
All right. Thanks. All right. Next, we'll hear from Corey Borkowski. So Corey, if you wouldn't mind turning your camera on and unmuting yourself. There we go. Well, Corey, you've seen how this works, so please go ahead.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Can everybody see and hear me?
Yep, just fine.
Good. So I kind of wrote down some stuff that so I could remember everything. It's been a long time. My name is Corey Borkowski. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay. My name is Corey Borkowski. My teenage years were the worst years of my life. And it hit me in 2001 when I was sentenced, when I was 17, facing 3 counts of a felon in possession of a firearm and being judged as an adult. How I remember this happening was I was dating a girl who got a call from some people she knew that needed to hide some firearms. I made a poor decision to drive these people and the firearms to a nearby park and hide them in the bushes. After returning from leaving them at the park, myself and another chose to go back and retrieve them. And we were going to try and sell them for some money. When I got to my parents' house, I hid 2 of them in my closet and left one of them in the car that was going to be given to someone we knew. The next day, I was pulled over in Milwaukee with the gun in my car and arrested. I had told the police where the other 2 firearms were hidden. I made a deal to plead guilty of 1 count and the other 2 counts would be dropped. I was a very troubled teen. I lost my job. I was kicked out of my parents' house. I hung around people who were in and out of jail. I was abusing drugs and alcohol. I had many negative contacts with the police. I previously got arrested and charged with possession with intent to deliver 2 years prior. I served some time for the possession of a firearm by felon and completed the AODA and the 4 years probation. The time I spent in jail, I realized I needed to make a change or I would end up in prison. When I was able, I found a stable job and moved into an apartment. I left everyone I knew was trouble behind me and I never turned back. In 2006, I had my firstborn son. I really wanted to be a good father and role model. It pushed me harder to do better. Shortly after, his mother could no longer, me and his mother split up and she had gotten custody, and shortly after that, she could no longer care for him. And I was able to gain full custody of him. In 2008, I met my wife and she helped me continue in the right direction as making right decisions and being the best I can be. I eventually landed a job with the YMCA. I worked as a maintenance tech for a little over a year and was eligible to be promoted to director, but I needed a diploma. I still did not have a diploma or GED at that time. So they pushed me to go back to school, and I did get my GED within a few months. I was promoted. Working with the YMCA, there was a lot of volunteer opportunities that I took advantage of and to connect with people in my community who were less fortunate. I helped build a playground at the Milwaukee Northside YMCA. I helped prepare summer camps for children for the summer. We volunteered, helped feed the homeless. In 2010, I had my second son. My wife and I chose to join a church and become members. When my son started preschool, I saw the church and preschool were in need of funding. An old supervisor of mine and myself started a car show where we volunteer every year to raise money for the preschool and the church. This year will be the 9th annual. Shortly after the YMCA filed bankruptcy, I found a job as a director of maintenance and senior living. I've been working in senior living facilities since. I enjoy working with the community at the YMCA. Now I was able to share some of that with the seniors and learn from them. I did this for about 4 years, and now I currently got a job closer to home. I've been here for 2.5 years, and it was more convenient for me and my family to be closer to home. I currently work for the Dominican Sisters of Racine, Siena on the Lake campus, 5 miles from my house, and I'm their buildings and grounds director. I'm really ashamed of what I did as a child. It's held me back in many ways. There was things I wanted to do, and there was dreams I had. I wanted to be in the military. I wanted to become a police officer. There was jobs that I've applied for that when they run your background check, it was between me and another person, and I always ended up not getting the job. I worked hard to be the man, the father, and the husband I am today. When I see people and I talk to people and they're making poor choices, I try to change their mind because I've experienced it. I've been there. I made the bad decisions. I know the outcome, it's not worth it. You only have one life to live, and I want to live my life to the fullest potential. And this felony really holds me back. It is so much more rewarding being valued in the community than being an outcast. I'd like to participate at my son's school. Yeah, they run pretty extensive background checks. He's in basketball. I'd like to, volunteer my time there. I've never attempted to even apply to volunteer because I'm embarrassed for them to even see this on my record. I don't want them to know that I have that. I don't want people to look down on me. That's all I have for today. And I thank you all for listening to my story and taking the time out of your day to hear me.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Jeff?
Good morning, sir. A couple of questions. One, it looks like from the materials in your application that one of at least one of the firearms was a shotgun, and you told the police that you kept that or retrieved that and had it in the trunk of your car because you were thinking about or doing some talking about robbing a pizza place. Obviously, you didn't do that, but is that correct?
Yes, sir. There was talk about using a firearm in a robbery.
And did you say in your comments a few minutes ago that you had been convicted or adjudicated of a possession with intent to deliver?
I was 16 years old when I was charged with possession with intent to deliver.
And were you adjudicated delinquent for that?
I don't know.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Well, thanks, Mr. City, go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Rakowski, you submitted 4 letters of support, but 2 of them are from 2004. And the most recent one are 7 and 10 years ago. I'm just wondering why you don't have any more recent letters to support your application from people that are actually involved in your life in the last decade.
I really didn't. I kind of, a lot of the people that I'm associated with now, I'm embarrassed to bring up my background or anything. And I've asked a few people for some letters of recommendation, and I never got anything back, and I didn't want to press them. So that is why. I mean, I had multiple letters of recommendation, like you said. A lot of stuff was older, but I haven't recently asked anybody for any letters of recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
All right, well, thanks, Mr. Burkowski. As you've heard me say multiple times, you'll hear from us in about a month or 2 in terms of the outcome of the process, but appreciate your time and hope you have a good day.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. All right, that concludes our 8:30 to 10 a.m. session. We do have another batch of folks joining us for the 10 a.m. session, which we will take a 9-minute break and get started right on the hour. So thanks, everybody, and we'll be right with you.
You're upstairs or downstairs? Sadie just likes to go wherever there's a closed door.
Great. Well, welcome everybody. We'll be with you in just a minute here. All right, well, welcome everybody. We are now in the second part of our morning session for the 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. portion of the July 8th, 2022 hearing of the Governor's Pardon Advisory Board. Thank you for joining with us. I know some of you saw how this works already with the previous session, but for the rest of you, I'm going to go over a couple of housekeeping items and then we'll jump right into it. So first of all, my name is Ryan Elsenstu and I'm chair of the Governor's Pardon Advisory Board. I have with me 4 other members of the board. Judge Jeff Kremers is a retired judge from Milwaukee County Circuit Court. Cindy O'Donnell is with the Wisconsin Department of Corrections and previously the Wisconsin Department of Justice. Nadia Perez-Reyes is a former public defender and is currently the Assistant Deputy Secretary for the Wisconsin Department of Children and Families. And the Reverend Jerry Hancock is the director of the Prison Ministry Project and a former state and county prosecutor. We are going to be going through hearing from each of you. When it's your turn to speak, you'll have about 5 to 7 minutes to present your story to us. We want specifics in terms of how you ended up with a felony conviction, what happened afterwards with your sentence, whether you owned restitution, whether or not you got off probation or supervision early, so on and so forth. And then we want to hear what you've done since then that you think has allowed you to receive a pardon from Governor Evers. I'm going to be calling after we get done with those 5 to 7 minutes. I'll open up to the board for questions. We may or may not have questions for you. Don't read too much into it one way or the other. After we get done speaking with you, you can sign off and go about enjoying the rest of your Friday. No one stays on. You don't get any brownie points for staying on. After we hear from each of you, we're going to be meeting in closed session, at which time we will be taking a vote on whether or not to forward your application. We're going to be deliberating and making a decision on whether or not to forward your application to Governor Evers for final consideration. In order for your application to be forwarded, you need to receive majority support from the board members present. So that'd be 3 out of the 5 of us. If you don't receive majority support, your application will be denied and you'll receive a denial letter from the board and you'll be able to reapply for a pardon within 18 months from the date of that letter. If your application is forwarded, Governor Evers will make a final determination. Similarly, if he denies it, you'll receive a letter and you can reapply in 18 months. If he grants it, you'll receive a pardon in the mail. This process will take about 1 to 2 months to receive either the pardon or the denial letter from today's date. So the longest wait was to get here today. One other bit of housekeeping is that in order to maintain audio quality and video quality, because we are live streaming this on YouTube and Wisconsin Eye, please turn off your camera and mute yourself until it's your turn to speak. You can do so by clicking on the icons, the lower left-hand corner of your screen. There's a little camera icon and a microphone icon to turn off your camera and microphone respectively. We are going to be going in the order that folks are listed on the open meeting notice for today that was posted. So we will be starting with Michelle, then Mary, Kevin, Christine, Bradley, David, Chamming, Kenneth, and then David. And we'll be going in that order. So to start things with, it looks like Michelle, you have your camera on and you're ready to go. So you're the lucky first person for this session. So please, again, like I said, please answer those questions. The next 5 to 7 minutes are yours, and then I'll open it up for questions. So Michelle, please proceed.
Great, thank you. I want to thank you all for your time today. I really am.
Looks like we're having some audio problems with you, Michelle.
Uh-oh. Audio? So,
I can hear.
Someone said they could hear me.
I could hear.
What I think we'll do, Michelle, is I'll have a member of our staff reach out to you and we'll jump ahead to the next person, but we'll get right back to you. Okay. So they'll reach out to you and we'll work out the audio situation.
Okay.
So let me see if we have Mary with us.
How are they going to? So stop video.
All right, we will have to jump back to Mary. Kevin Miller.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Kevin?
Can you hear me okay?
Oh, sorry. That was all on my end. Sorry. Yep. Sorry. So Michelle, we'll get right back to you. Sorry about that. That was IT on my end. I'm usually pretty good at this, but not batting 1,000. So Kevin, I can hear you. This is all on me. So my apologies, Michelle. We'll get right back to you. Kevin, I can hear you. My speakers are on. So.
Okay.
All right. So please proceed, Kevin, in terms of those questions.
Okay. First off, as Michelle was going to say, thank you so much for the opportunity. I've been waiting for this for a long time. To give you my story shortly, I joined the Army my junior year in high school in the delayed entry program. Right after graduation, I left and served in the 3rd Infantry Division overseas. There were a few things that happened over there that I saw that led me to start drinking a bit excessively. I got back home in 1990, and when I turned 21, basically I had a month-long party and bounced some checks. So my felony conviction is because of writing bad checks back in 1990. Excuse me. I did serve 99 days in jail for that. I was on probation for 3 years. I made full restitution. At the time that I got out of jail, I checked myself into a treatment facility right away. And I was sober at that time for about 6.5 years. About a year after I got sober, I met somebody else that was in recovery, a girl, and we started dating. We were together for 5.5 years, engaged. She, like I said, was also in recovery. She ended up relapsing. She attempted suicide at one point. I went through treatment and recovery with her. And about 2 months later, I realized that she was using again. So I told her that it was, I couldn't be around that. So I asked her to pack her things and leave, that it was over. And I went to work that night. And when I got home from work, she had committed suicide. So I ended up making it about 2 more months sober after that, and I relapsed. So I had some difficulties throughout the process. A couple of months after her funeral, I met my now wife of 25 years, who I credit for saving my life, basically. I was going through a very difficult time at that point. My wife and I ended up opening a bar and restaurant, which ended up struggling a bit, as you can imagine. I was still drinking and trying to get over the death of my fiance. And I did subsequently bounce another check when we were in that business, trying to keep the business going. So if you do see that there was another issue, it was because of that. So it ended up that 10 years from the date that my fiance passed away, I got picked up for a DUI. I quit drinking and smoking cold turkey on that day. My kids were 1 and 2 years old at the time. Checked myself into rehab, went through counseling to deal with the death of Michelle, and moved on with my life. Made full restitution for everything that I had done. Again, this was 32 years ago that the original crime happened. I'm now a member of, I run Coldwell Banker, which is the biggest real estate company in Manitowoc County. I employ 27 agents. About 1/3 of the real estate transactions in the county come across my desk. I'm a member of Wisconsin Realtors Association, the National Association of Realtors, the Manitowoc County Board of Realtors. I'm actually the Manitowoc County Board of Realtors MLS president for the 3rd year. WRA and the Department of Safety and Public Service granted me my real estate license in spite of the felony conviction, and then even my broker's license 13 or 14 years ago. I've been involved in the community a lot. My family and I have been a host home for a foreign exchange program. For 5 years, we were the host home, and we were also the matchmaker for finding homes for these kids to stay in for many years here for kids coming from Thailand. In fact, the picture behind me has one of the girls that we had hosted for 4 years. She's like a daughter to us from Thailand. I volunteer in a lot of local organizations and fundraisers, including Two Rivers Main Street, Music is a Cure, which is a fundraiser for families struggling with cancer. I'm one of the founders for the Manawatu County Board Golf Outing, which donates a lot of money back to police department, fire department, things like that in the community. I've served for years on the Legal Action Committee for the Wisconsin Realtors Association and RPAC, designating funds for amicus briefs to assist and protect homeowners and landowner rights. I desperately want this because it's one of my bucket list items to have my name cleared. I want the opportunity to be able to run for city council if I want, or to be able to teach my grandkids to hunt one day. I just want to feel forgiven for the huge mistake that I made in my life. I've coached my kids basketball. I've been a role model in the community, and I want to be able to move on and not feel embarrassed by the label I created 30-something years ago. So I think that covers everything that I wanted to say.
Questions from the board? Cindy?
So you listed a lot of your activities and achievements, and yet you did not submit any letters of support with your pardon application, and it's not required, but it's encouraged, and I'm wondering why you didn't.
I don't know who I would get those from. It's in the position that I'm in. There are a lot of people in the community know me. Very few know of my conviction, and I prefer for it to stay that way. It's incredibly embarrassing, especially for the position that I hold. And I don't know who I would reach out to ask that from, other than family that knows. It's just embarrassing.
Yeah, well, a lot of applicants put in letters from family members or organizations they volunteer with. Others, I'm just curious why you didn't put any in.
Yeah, again, to me, it would just, I would have to let them know that I'm a felon and this is what I'm doing and I'm looking for a pardon, and it's just embarrassing to me.
Okay. The other question I had was your own, on the application pardon, it asks number 9 to describe in your own words the crime, and you say you started a 21st birthday celebration and didn't want the fun to end. When I ran out of money, I wrote checks to buy more beer to keep the party going.
Right.
But you also wrote checks to Radio Shack and ShopGo and JCPenney and places that don't sell alcohol, and you must have bought other things. So there's more to this story, right?
Well, a lot of it was, back then you could write a check to a store and then you could return the item and they would give you the cash back. And quite frankly, I had bounced checks to a lot of the places where you could buy liquor and alcohol at the time. So that was a way of getting money in my pocket to be able to keep funding the party by buying things and then returning them, getting the cash, and then going to the liquor store or what have you and buying the beer.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right, well, thanks, Mr. Miller, for appearing before us. You heard me say at the top, in terms of, you'll find out about the outcome of the process in terms of in about a month or two from today's date, but I appreciate your time and hope you have a good day.
I appreciate you as well. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Michelle, sorry about the IT on my end. So
everyone, you're fine now, right?
We're all good. So, and now you've seen how it goes. So go ahead.
Yep. Okay, well, as he said, and as I was starting to say, thank you. And, I really am grateful for this opportunity. I was charged with felony theft, party to a crime. The company I was working for at the time was a management company for a trucking firm. And I did all the accounts payable there. It ended up there was one of the owner operator truck drivers, and because he would come in every week to pick up his check from me, started talking, got more on a friendly basis, I guess. And he kept asking, oh, come on, you got to give me more money than that. You got to give me more money than that. And I was like, what? Well, then he was talking about being detained at places and, I should get paid for that. And was also speaking of how he filed bankruptcy twice and was facing foreclosure and just needed money, child support, blah, blah, blah. And I don't know. I mean, I was reading through my notes and I actually said to myself this morning, what were you thinking? But it ended up that he was providing, I guess, fake bills of lading, and I was processing them, ended up paying him for loads that he did not haul. And in turn, then he was splitting some of the money with me. He would go cash the check and give me cash. Well, it ended up that I now reside up north. I'm just south of Three Lakes, Wisconsin. At the time this happened down by Milwaukee. And I was moving and he was saying, oh, how are you going to move? How are you going to move? You need money for moving. And I don't know if it got in my head or I don't know. It was like, oh, well, yeah, maybe. And also at the time I was going through a process of figuring out medication for epilepsy. I didn't have the grand mal seizures. I have one nerve in my frontal lobe that would just shut off. So I don't know if that altered my thinking. That's something you or I or nobody will ever know. However, I have been on Tegretol for 20 some years now. I have had no episodes, nothing. And so I don't know if that hindered my thinking, but it ended up that I did move up north we purchased our house May 1st of 2002. I am still in that same house, still married, thankfully. I was sentenced to 8 months house of correction. They did allow me to transfer to Oneida County because I lived up here. I served all that with Huber privileges. I was sentenced to 150 hours of community service. I completed that around the town. I was given 5 years of probation. I was actually released 2 years early from that. There was restitution, and the restitution was joint and several. He was still working for them after I was gone and moved away. They withheld money that they owed him as to pay towards the restitution, and that was like $10,500. And the rest of it, I never spent any of the money. So even before sentencing, it had to be made payable to the insurance company of that business. I gave them a cashier's check for just under $30,000 as to what my accounting and keeping notes of money, gave them that. And it ended up that even before I could be released from probation, because it was joint and several, it had to be paid for. So it ended up that I paid the rest of it out of my pocket, and just to get it done and over with. And I know that he was still struggling with bankruptcy and all that. And I believe foreclosure, because before I got released from probation, I did look and he had other cases up against him for money problems. After that, I have not had any charges, no tickets, no arrests, no nothing or anything since then. I have been married for, March was 27 years. And I think actually it may have even been harder to explain this to my husband, who had no idea about it, than this actual sentence from the court itself. But we are doing good. Everything's just fine. Actually, before I sat down for this, he gave me a hug and a kiss and told me good luck. And we've been living here in the house for 20 years. And along with the guy that was speaking before, I've been in real estate for 20 years. I was at a Coldwell Banker for 13 years when I first moved up, before I got sentenced and everything. I did have my real estate license. Then the owner of that company found out that I had a degree in accounting, offered me a position as office manager, admin assistant, and I was taking care of all the accounting, in real estate, there's two accounts, your general ledger and then your trust account. And I was doing all the accounting, checks in, checks out for all that. That at that company, that stuff was getting checked by the main office. And it was always perfect. No, not even a penny off. And then found out my father had stage 4 cancer. And I asked if I could have reduced hours there. And he told me that they needed somebody full-time. And I said, well, can I at least have a leave of absence? My father retired and moved up here and was living alone. So I said, he needs somebody to help. So I ended up taking what would have been a leave of absence for a little while. It ended up that they wanted me to come back full-time. And because I had been doing real estate for a little over 13 years, I knew all the other brokerages and all the people. And the firm that I am currently at, it's a small company. It's not a big corporate like a Coldwell Banker or a First Weber, just a little family-owned place. And she offered me a position and said that she would be fine with me working part-time while I was helping my father. So I went over there. I am still over there. My father has since passed away, and over there I am the accountant. I do the office manager. I am also the closing coordinator. So I see every listing, every closing. I order all the title work. I do all the accounting as far as checks in, checks out, all the accounts payable. I do the payroll. And that stuff all gets checked by an outside accountant. And that has always been down to the penny, perfect, no problems. And until COVID, I was volunteering at the in town at the food pantry once a week. And then COVID hit and they weren't allowing people in. And once they relaxed more of the helpers, the people or the positions and the time slots they need, I'm working. So I haven't been able to go back there, but I really did enjoy it. Actually, I was working with a lot of older people and just talking with them while we were doing stuff and knowing that I was helping the community, helping people. In my spare time, I do a lot of gardening. We have a pretty big garden. My house is on just under 20 acres. So I have room for a big garden, vegetables, and I do have tons of flowers. And excuse me, I enjoy cooking and baking. And believe it or not, the husband doesn't complain watching the cooking shows, knowing that he's going to reap the benefits of it because I get my ideas from there. I also enjoy going fishing, and he actually years ago got me I went with them a few times to do muskie fishing and actually caught one. And it was like, oh my God, oh my God. And so since then, it's just exciting, that part of it. Sometimes I don't even fish, just to sit there in the boat and look around, and it's, you know, quiet and peaceful, nobody bothering you. I don't take drugs. Alcohol, if I consume it, is very little. A lot of that is because of taking medication for seizures that it doesn't really mix. Husband doesn't do drugs. He doesn't drink alcohol. Part of that is he quit drinking alcohol because it actually makes arthritis worse. And he had gone through a bunch of surgeries. He had 5 on each side ablations in his neck, on his spine. So no alcohol. There might be alcohol in the house, but neither one of us really drink it. Just live day to day. I guess some may say it's kind of boring, but I guess we prefer it that way. My closest neighbor is actually just under a half a mile away. And the town I live in is the township of Peel in Oneida County. So for the township being 38 miles square, the tax roll, there's 85 people total, but out of that, only half of them are full-time because there's one lake, and on the lake properties, it's just summer people that come up. And probably 3/4 of those people are older. It's nice, it's quiet, and everybody's there to help you. Actually, I had a car accident maybe 12 years ago now, where I flipped my truck while I was going to avoid a truck that was about a third of the way in my lane, and I went for the gravel. It ended up that as soon as I hit the gravel, I rolled 3 times, went out through the windshield during the second flip, and I don't remember none of it. I was fine once the truck stopped. Broke 14 bones, had to learn how to walk again. And so actually during that time was the only time I missed work. Prior to that, I had been at Coldwell Banker, and in just over 13 years, I called in sick one time. But everybody from the township was just so helpful. That, and actually our insurance man told my husband that even if we need milk, he'll run out to do it. So just with that being said, it made you stop to realize, oh my God, people are there to help you and people care. So in the meantime, there was our town treasurer. She ended up retiring. And I had a few people here saying, oh, you should do it. You should do it. You know, accounting and all that. But to do that, I can't because I have a felony. So that is one reason I would like the pardon. So I could do that. It ends up that the town hall is less than a mile from my house. So it's not that I would have any problem getting there to do this. And with being in real estate for just over 20 years, I have an understanding of taxes and the tax roll and all that stuff. So it would be virtually easy for me to take over and take care of this. And I do know that in the last 20 years, I have not stolen or anything regarding even a penny from anywhere or anyone. And that's just something, I don't ever want to go through that again. And I don't ever want to put anybody through that again. So that is one reason. The other reason is, or reasons, I work for the small firm and there's actually only 6 of us there. And I would like to go back. I know you can go through certain steps to get your real estate license. I did have it when I first started. But I would like to go back and get it again. because being in a small firm, I can actually help them more. Like yesterday afternoon between about 2 and 3:30, we had 6 different people walking in the office, phones ringing, and there was only 3 of us there. So legally, some of the things that people were there for, I can't help them. So we had to put them on, hold on, and kind of shuffle people around through the office. I mean, I wrote down a list of what their needs or wants or whatever were before I could pass it on to somebody. So that would help out. My broker who owns the business.
Sorry, Michelle, I'm gonna cut you off just because you've been very
I'm
thorough.
sorry.
Nope, that's fine. One question I have for you before I open up to the board. Have you, obviously there's a prohibition on felons in possession of firearms. Have you used a firearm at all?
No, my husband has guns.
Okay. The reason why I asked, Michelle, is on your Facebook, there is a picture of you from about 6 years ago looking what appears to be a rifle with a scope.
I don't shoot them, but took a picture. Yeah. No, I don't hunt. I don't want to kill anything. I don't want any animals, nothing like that. But I'll sit down with one because the guys will be out there shooting. But I haven't shot one. Actually, I'm afraid of guns. I have a brother who passed away from a gun before I was born. His name was Michael. I was born, hence my name's Michelle.
Okay.
So I don't, yeah.
Other questions from the board? Jeff?
Just so I'm clear, you were at a shooting range and you were holding the scoped rifle like you were going to shoot it on the range. So you were possessing a firearm.
I haven't been at a shooting range, sir.
Well, where was this picture taken that you posted on Facebook? You're sitting at a table with the gun mounted on a stand.
Probably in my yard.
Oh, so you were possessing it in your yard.
Oh, good point. Yes. Didn't shoot it, but.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-oh.
Other questions from the board? All right, well, thanks, Michelle, for being very thorough with your story and your application. As you've heard me say before, you'll hear from us in about a month or two in terms of the outcome of the process, but I appreciate your time and hope you have a good weekend.
You too, thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we will try Mary again, Mary Bruskowitz. Oh, there we are. Just need you to unmute yourself, Mary.
Sorry, I'm not very tech savvy, I guess.
No, not a problem.
There, are we good?
Yep, we're all good. Well, you've seen how this goes, so you have next 5 minutes or so are yours. So please be concise with.
I'll try to go as fast as I can. I am nervous, but my name is Mary Bruskowitz. I was sentenced, I believe it was right around 11/16 of 1993. So I'm going to go back on my journey of what I did. I was drinking heavily, and I decided that I was going to do what I wanted to do, regardless of the consequences. So I went to my brother's house and I stole his checkbook. I had a friend of my nephew with me. We went on a road trip in northern Wisconsin towards Lake Tomahawk, and I cashed his checks so that I could get a camping ground and so we could drink. So we had liquor to drink. And I think this lasted for 2 days. And then I got into a scuffle with the girl that I was with. We got into a fight. I don't remember exactly what we were fighting about or why we were fighting. I was quite drunk, but I know that we must have swung at each other. I do remember in the police report that I have read here that she said I hit her with a stick. I don't remember doing that. So what I did is I took her car, took off down the road, And at this time, she had the bartender from the campground call the police station, and they got me and my nephew on the highway. And when they pulled me over, I told the police officer that I did what I did to my brothers, that I stole his checkbook and that I wanted to party, and I took it, and that's what happened. And I was in a point in my life at that time where I just didn't care. I didn't care who I hurt, what I did. I felt like if I got caught, I got caught. I just didn't care. And I feel really bad about that. You know, it wasn't a good time in my life at all. Since then, I served my time. I had 3 years probation. I did 50 days in jail. I did 50 hours of community service. I went into treatment on my own to koinonia, and I did 90 days of alcohol treatment just to get myself together. I did serve at Affinity House. That was part of the probation too. And that didn't do me any good. I felt like it was just not a good place. And then after I served my time, I went back and lived with my dad. My dad introduced me to a guy that lived a little ways through the woods, because we live way in the deep woods in northern Wisconsin, and his name was Brian Bruskowitz. And that was in 1996. In 1998, Brian and I got married. It's the beginning of a good part of my life. We bought a home. I started working. I opened up a dog grooming business, and I also went into healthcare. I continued to work. We took care of Brian's brother. Paul passed away in 2014. We had my mother with me. She passed away in 2016. And after she passed away, we had sold our house. We went to Green Bay to help take care of his parents, which we did until they both were put into a nursing home, and they have both passed since. We live in Rylander, Wisconsin now. I'm sorry for what I did. I'm very embarrassed by what I did. You know, there's no excuse. I did what I did. I knew what I was doing. I can't say, you know, I can't blame it on alcohol. I tried to when I got arrested, but I know what I did. I thought it out. I knew what I was doing when I went to my brother's house. I knew what the intentions were, and I just didn't care. Now I think my life has changed. I mean, I married the man that's really helped me through a lot of things. My family has supported me. My brother, who I stole the checks from, Timothy, he has since passed away a few years ago. And he had asked me before he passed away if I would take legal guardianship of his disabled son and to watch out for him financially and just to make sure he was taken care of the right way. To me, that was a gift of that. I knew that he had forgiven me, and I didn't think he ever would. I just wish I could take back everything I did. Sorry.
Oh, that's fine, Mary.
So, you know, the reason why I want a pardon is because I'd like to do things with my husband. He is an avid hunter. He wants to go to Canada, and we want to just travel and just do things together. You know, we enjoy the outdoor life. I love being out in the woods. I love being on the water. I love anything outdoors. I love animals. And we're very much like introverts. We don't very much do things socially. We're pretty much hermits. We like to just do things together. We have friends that live on the roads by us. I just want my life. I don't want to have that felony over my head. You know, it's embarrassing. And I am truly sorry for what I did. I can't take it back. But I think in 30 years, I haven't gotten in any trouble, haven't done anything wrong. I just turned my life around, learned how to forgive myself. And I'm just in a place now where I'd really appreciate it if I could get this removed. You know, I am sorry. And I did it. I can't say it was the alcohol. Maybe the alcohol gave me a little more courage, but I still went through with all my thought process. I knew what I was doing. I went into the house, I took the checks, went with my nephew and my friend, and I already had a plan what I was going to do, regardless of who I heard or what I did. And I was very much aware of what I was doing. And I'm very sorry. I really am. You know, I wish I could take it back. I do work in healthcare. I had to take a break for 2 years because I was diagnosed with Hashimoto's, which is a thyroid disorder, and I was having severe panic attacks, and my blood pressure was skyrocketing, and I couldn't do nothing. I was just freaking out all the time. And I was in the emergency room so many times. A doctor at the emergency room actually told my husband he should check me into a mental place, because when I'd get to the emergency room, nothing would show up, you know? So I took off for 2 years, and I did get disability for almost, I think, a year and a half. And I just recently went back to the place that I had left. I'm working at Milestone Senior Living, but I'm working in the kitchen area now. But I enjoy that kind of work. I love being around people, older people. I like associating myself with them. I like helping them. I just enjoy making them happy. I did used to work the floor. I was a med passer where I passed out medications and also took care of them with their cares. But I think really right now, I like the spot that I'm in. I like being in the kitchen. I like being able to go out into the dining room and associate myself with the residents. And I like my life. You know, I like where I'm at, but I don't like having that felony sort of like stamped on my forehead is how I feel. And I'm embarrassed about it, you know. And when you go to work and they say, well, you had a felony, but we're going to give you a chance. It's sort of like, you know I have a felony, and healthcare is very particular about who they let into their doors, especially when you're dealing with senior citizens and your felony charge was forgery. You know, and I also had I think I had a Class C misdemeanor. I'm not sure what it was, but it was for disorderly conduct at the time. And that was from the fighting and getting loud. And I'm sorry, you know, and I hope that the governor and you can find it in your hearts to forgive me.
Thanks, Mary. Can you tell me a little bit about your struggles with alcoholism? Like, how long are you sober now? Besides
I
98
had alcohol. I started drinking when I was 11 years old.
Mm-hmm.
It was, a long, long time. I went to like AA meetings, and I don't really know if I was like an alcoholic, but I used alcohol to medicate myself just to forget about things. I do have a glass of wine here and there. You know, it's like I do have a glass of wine. My husband will have a glass of wine, but we do not get drunk. You know, I do not do the bar scene. We don't go to bars. I don't want to go on that path ever again, because I know who I am now. You know, I'm not the person I was 30 years ago. I don't ever want to be that person again. And my mother was an active alcoholic all of her life. All my brothers were active alcoholics and still are, the ones that are living. I would say the only person that wasn't was my oldest sister, Sherry. You know, but it was, I don't know if you want to call it learned behavior from my mother, because she was very, very nasty alcoholic. And we had a pretty rough childhood, but I can't blame my childhood on the actions that I did.
Yeah.
At the time I thought I could, but no.
Can you tell me a little bit on CCAP? You had a 1997 conviction for battery. It was domestic abuse related and also resisting and obstructing an officer. Fill me in. What happened? I know that was a long time ago. 97 was, 25 years ago now, but what was happening there?
That I struck an officer?
Well, resisting or obstructing. It was, you had a battery domestic abuse related conviction.
I think that was, That was when I was at the campground, I believe, with Noreen. So I
Okay.
believe that's what that was. And that was, yeah.
Well,
I
that
don't- I
was a
really
few
don't-
years before that. So you would have had your felony conviction. Oh, okay. I get what you're saying. Never mind. A second final question I have, and then I'll open it up. Do you use firearms?
I do not use firearms. My husband used firearms.
Okay.
But I do not use firearms. And
So-
my husband's guns are
Mhm.
at my brother's home. They are
Okay.
not in our home. He's got black powder, pistols, shotguns, rifles.
The reason
We
why
do
I
have a
asked-
pellet gun here.
Okay.
So I'm hoping that's not considered a firearm. It's a pellet gun to get rid of the squirrels.
Mm-hmm. The reason why I ask is that it looks like there's a picture from May of 2018 on your Facebook with you and your husband, and there's a rifle with a scope that you posted.
That is actually a pellet gun with
Okay.
a scope on it from Dunham's.
Okay. Questions from the board? Jeff?
I want to go back to this 97 conviction for domestic abuse related battery. This is not the incident that where you got in the fight. That was in 93 with the forgery and the person you got in a fight with. This was in 1997. It's domestic abuse related, which means it has to be someone that you were in some sort of a familial relationship.
That was in 1997.
Yes.
That's 1997. I just can't. I know that I was in a relationship before I met Brian, and it was with Michael Notanuki, and me and him did get into a domestic dispute, but that's the only thing I can think about. That's the only thing I can recall.
You remember being arrested and charged? And
I think it
convicted?
was in Milwaukee. I do recall that.
Okay. Remember anything else about it?
I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Do you remember anything else about it?
I know that I was stuck in jail, and I think that geez, I'm just having a hard time remembering that. I think I was written out a fine and I had to pay the fine. And then that was the end of it, I'm pretty sure.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the board? All right, well, thanks, Mary, for appearing before us and sharing your story. You've heard me say it before, you'll hear from us in about a month or two in terms of the outcome of the process, but hope you have a good weekend and thank you for your time.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right, next we will hear from Christine Tennyson. So Christine.
Okay.
There we go. All right,
Hi.
Christine. Hi. Well, you've seen how this works, so please go ahead.
Some stories they tell. Hi, I was convicted in February of 02 for cashing checks, but I didn't actually go cash the checks. I just, put them in the account. And then I went to jail for like 2 days, maybe 1.5 days. I got out. I was on probation for 3 years, but it got to be extended to 4 years because I couldn't afford to, pay it. So I got off of that. Well, first, I was homeless at the time, so I was trying to find a way to get cash and not thinking of it as a big crime, since I didn't get no cash out of it. I cashed them. Okay, so I went to jail. I did my time, I completed, I went to some type of anger management, like for 15 weeks, I think. Okay, so I did that. I had 3 small, children at the time. So I was trying to find a, try to find a way to survive. I did all that. And right now I work third shift. I help with food drives. I don't really have a long story. I just want to go back to school because I can't go back to school until this, felony is off my conviction. Everything I want to go take, I can't get. I was in healthcare for years. And I just want this felony off, haven't got no big trouble since, besides for getting pulled over for not having my L's, but I finally have them now. And I just want to be a part of the society and help and be able to get the a job I want to get. And I also help advocating with a reform. And I believe I should get this pardon is because I haven't been in any trouble for 20 years. That's not me anyways. I don't really do trouble. And because I have a whole lot to offer. And being a convicted felon holds me up to a lot of things. Jobs, school, just everything. And it really sucks. And that's really all I have to say. I don't want to go on with my life.
Oh, fair enough. Questions from the board? Cindy and then Jerry.
Good morning, Ms. Tennyson. As part of the application process, it's not required, but it's encouraged that you submit letters of support. And you did not submit any letters, and I'm curious as to why.
Oh, I never really asked anyone for help or to write, this. I don't know. I just didn't ask nobody.
So who gives you support in your life today? Who's your support system?
Oh, my kids.
And how old are they?
30, 27, and 28.
Okay. You still have good relationships with all of them?
Oh, yeah. Sorry. I don't know.
No, that's okay. Go ahead. You were going to say something.
Yeah, they're all, I don't know why I'm crying. Yeah, because he lives in Georgia. And then my other one's out of, Racine. And then the other one is, home with me.
Okay.
And I don't know why I didn't ask nobody. I don't know.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Jerry?
No, that was my question. How are your kids doing?
Oh, they're doing great. Really great. They all finished high school. They all have their own homes. Man, I don't know. I'm so sensitive or something. They work. They have children now, and they go take care of their children. Yeah, they're all doing really good.
Good. Thanks.
Thank you.
Jeff, did you have a question? No. Okay. Well, thanks, Christine, for appearing before us. Appreciate your time. You'll hear from us in a month or two, but hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. All right. Next, we will be hearing from Bradley Zirin. So, Bradley.
Hello.
Hello. All right, Bradley. Well, you've seen how this works. So please proceed.
Right. Thank you for the opportunity to plead my case. My name is Brad Zirin. I was arrested on 9/14/1996 for felony eluding on my motorcycle. An officer tried to pull me over for speeding, and I didn't want to get in a ticket in fear of my insurance going up. So I thought I could just quick get away and he wouldn't catch me. well, it didn't work out. It's the most irresponsible thing I've ever done. I'll regret it for the rest of my life. I was sentenced on 10/31/1992 to 9 months of Huber and 2 years probation. I served my time without any trouble and have never been arrested after that. I received mental health counseling during my probation to get my mood and life back on track. So in the past 20 years, I've had a steady relationship with my wife and helped raise her 2 kids, both which are successful independent adults right now. Together, my wife and I have donated to the United Way every year. We've attended many charity galas where we donate money through auctions. As far as jobs, I was a motorcycle mechanic for 23 years at the same dealership. And now I've been employed at a Chevy dealership for the past 4 years as a maintenance lead. And I often thought of trying to get a job in maintenance in the school district. I have a friend who works at a school. He said there's lots of openings. But I was feared they wouldn't hire me with a felony on my record. So this is the reason I applied for a pardon. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Bradley. Questions from the board? All right, well, you get off easy today. So thanks for appearing before us. I think you'll win the award today for the fastest presentation and no questions. I hope you have a good weekend and you'll hear from us in a month or two.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. All right, next we'll be hearing from David Ross. So David. There we go, David. If you want
I'm trying to get this going.
No, not a problem. Yeah, there's we can hear you, but there should be a little icon to turn your camera on.
Okay.
In the lower left-hand corner, it's a little camera. You can just touch on that.
Can you hit it?
Well, even if we can't hear you, we'll just proceed with audio then, David. So you've heard how this goes in terms of how you ended up with a felony conviction and what happened afterwards and why you think you should receive a pardon. So please proceed.
Okay, first and foremost, I would like to thank you for giving me this opportunity. Forgive me if I'm a little nervous. I've been waiting for this day for quite some time. This means everything to me and my family. Back in 1995, 96, I got off work and I went with my brother to a bar to have drinks. While there, we met a gentleman who started having conversations with us and more drinks. At the end of bar time, we went back to the gentleman's house where we smoked weed and had more drinks. To make a long story short, the guy showed my brother where he kept his weed and gun. While hanging in the living room, my brother decided to go to the bathroom, but he took about 20 minutes and I was trying to figure out why he was taking so long. And then he came back out with the gun in his hand. That's when things took a turn for the worse. He took the items that were shown to him and ran. So I ran as well, driving my brother from the crime that took place. I'm not proud of my actions that took place that day. I was convicted of robbery that was a felony C and felony B, party to a crime. I was sentenced to 4 months in jail and 4 years probation, which I completed in 3 years without any incidents. I take full responsibility for the crime I committed. I can't take back what I did, but at the time of my sentencing, I did apologize to the defendant in person. But I can say I learned from it. The knucklehead I was then does not define the man I am today. I'm a, excuse me, a husband, father, and grandfather of one of my children. I'm a hardworking man. I take care of my family. I have managed to build my credit up. I've gotten a passport so I can travel more with my family. My wife and I are looking to buy a house next year. And with that said, a felony is a big word. So when you apply for jobs or any kind of important things in your life, that felony can always kind of judge you. And I've been feeling like I've been judged with that for the past 20 years. It's kind of like a heavy backpack that I just want to take off of my back. The man that sits in front of you today is the man my children and grandson know me as. They have never witnessed the person I was back then. I have been the best father I can be to my children. I've been the dad they woke up to every day since birth, except the 4 months I was in jail. My kids, my son is 31 and my daughter is 26 years old, to whom which has my grandson, my daughter. My wife is my biggest supporter, whom I've been with for 34 years and married to for 12 years as of July 31st this year. I feel like I should receive a pardon because I'm a changed man who has changed his life around for the better. I used to drive trucks for the last 5 years until the highways became a little too dangerous for me. So now I'm back in a factory job, which I love. I also detail cars out of my garage on the weekend, which is sort of a hobby, but I do get paid for doing it. So I have a lot of clients that can vouch for who I am as a person. I'm active with my 9-year-old grandson in the sports he plays, basketball, football. I also help to keep my community clean. I take care of neighbors' houses when they're out of town, just like they would if I was out of town. I've accomplished a lot of things in my life that I didn't think were possible. I was in my 20s when I disrespected someone's life, and I'm truly sorry for that. I wish I could do that day over, but I can't. I'm 51 years old today. It's one thing to admit your wrongs. It's another thing to try and right them. And I know I have changed my life around for the better. Once again, I thank you for this opportunity to sit before the panel. I'm sorry that the video didn't work for some reason. I'm not that computer savvy, but I got this far with it. And I really did want you to just see my face in person. So that's all I have. And I just thank you for the opportunity to get this far. And I hope I have a chance to get the pardon.
Thanks, Mr. Ross. Questions from the board? Jerry?
Mr. Ross, in your application, you mentioned that you had been a member at the Church of the Solid Rock here in Madison. Are you still active in that church?
I am active. I could go more, excuse me, more than I usually go, because there's just a lot of things that I'm trying to do as well. Like I said, I have a lot of things going on as far as detailing. Sometimes I wake up and I just don't feel like going sometimes, but sometimes I do. So I am still active though.
Well, you sound like a lot of people in my church. Do you know Pastor Mitchell?
Excuse me?
Do you know Pastor Mitchell?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Other questions from the board? All right, well, thanks, Mr. Ross, for appearing before us. You'll hear from us in about a month or two in terms of the outcome of the process, but I appreciate your time.
Okay, thank you. You guys have a good weekend.
All right. Next, we will be hearing from Chairman Yang. All right, so Mr. Yang, you've seen how this works, so please proceed.
Buddy, I appreciate this time to be able to plead my case to ask for forgiveness. Back in 1994, I was 17 years old at the time, and I was approached by a friend asking me if I wanted to help him and another person break into a store for car audio equipment in Sheboygan. And, you know, I was 17 and I was dumb and wasn't really thinking about the future. And I thought, you know, I didn't even have a car, and car audio was kind of one of the things that people are into, but I thought it might be something, you know, another journey, something to try. And I ended up going along with it, and we booked a vehicle and drove it down to Sheboygan, broke into the store, stole some audio equipment, brought it back home, and eventually we were all caught, and I was sentenced to 6 months in jail and 4 years probation. I was charged with a Class C burglary felony in Sheboygan County, and then in Brown County, I was charged with a Class D operating a vehicle without owner's consent. The judges at the time knew that I was accepted to UW-Madison when they were charging me, so they allowed me to go to attend college while I was serving my sentence in the summers. With that, I was able to complete my sentence and the 4 years probation without incident. Since then, I've graduated UW-Madison with a bachelor's in chemical engineering. I went back home because my mom was raising 8 kids by herself. My dad had passed away the first summer I was in jail. And help her, and you know, look for work right away. And since then, I was lucky enough to be able to find a engineering position at a small firm located in Oconto Falls. They gave me a chance and an opportunity, and I was able to go down my career path as a civil engineer. And then worked there for about 10 years, and then I was laid off with the downturn in the economy, and I was able to obtain an engineering position at a larger consulting firm, but this went back to using my chemical engineering degree. And you know, I met my wife and we got married, and I had a kid, my firstborn, and my wife didn't really like the fact that I was always working odd hours, long hours, or short hours, and isn't really stable being a consultant. And so when the position at the city opened up and I applied for it, and I was granted the opportunity to work for the city where I now work as a civil engineer. And, you know, I really enjoy what I do now, because I see, you know, like everything I do, I get the effects of it once it's constructed, and I get to drive down the streets and point out to my kids that, hey, Daddy did this. The next step in my career is going to get my professional engineering license, and in the requirements, and one of those requirements is to disclose whether or not I had a felony, and I was always hesitant that, you know, I would be denied the license because of it. But I saw that, you know, potentially if I got a pardon, that might look more favorable in me being able to obtain the license. You know, and as I wrote in my application, you know, I've seen how you know, having a felony record really affects a lot more aspects than just, you know, hey, you know, at the time I was told, you know, you won't be able to have a gun, and I didn't care. I didn't need a gun, you know. But then being around firearms is a different story. So, you know, I can't even take my kids, because if we have to have a flare gun, that's considered a firearm, you know. So there's a lot of missed opportunities to be able to build different experiences for my children, especially with my younger brothers and their children too. And you know, I had like my brother, he took his son hunting, and his son shot his first deer, and he was telling me the story. It was exciting. And then my daughter turns to me and says, "Dad, can I go? Can you take me too?" And I had explained to her why I wouldn't be able to ever do that. And, you know, it's something that just, I shouldn't have done. And, you know, I realized it's affected a lot of my life, but, you know, God is good. And I've been given a lot of opportunities too. And I've grown from what I've done. I learned my lesson. And I've been able to become more of a productive. When we bought our house, I introduced myself to the neighbors. I've worked well with my neighbors. I try to always get along with all my neighbors. And, you know, in the winter times that I see that they haven't plowed the driveways, I'd go ahead and go over there and plow the driveways for them. A lot of them are a lot older. You know, I try to treat everybody with respect. And, you know, as an engineer, I have to always conduct myself professionally. So I always try to do that. I carry that at home too, because people could always misconstrue, you know, that what I do personally may be reflected as what I do professionally. So that's one of the hopes that I was, you know, now trying to get is a request for a pardon. So as I go for my professional interest license, that it may be more favorable, and, you know, and also, you know, obtaining all my rights back, so that not that I can own a gun, but so that I can, you know, do other things that might put me around firearms. But besides that, you know, after getting married, my wife I attend the church that my wife goes to, and, you know, she one day asked me to volunteer or help cover her shift as a volunteer in the back of the nursery. And I did it once and I enjoyed it. And then she kind of just signed me up for it. And I ended up enjoying doing it ever since. So yeah, she's been my rock. At the same time, she's also another support in my life. So I appreciate your time and your decision, your considerations. And if you have any questions for me.
Thanks, Mr. Yang. Questions from the board? All right, well, thanks for appearing before us, Mr. Yang. Again, you'll hear from us in about a month or two from today's date, but hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thanks. All right, next we'll hear from Kenneth Johnson. So, Mr. Johnson. There we go. Thanks for waiting patiently. You've seen how this works, so please proceed.
Okay. Put him on his clothes. Hey, how you doing? Just got my son at the shower.
Yeah.
Okay. I think about 1995, I'm 47 now, probably about 27 or maybe 28 years ago. I was really like a party to a crime, but I was still, just by me being there, it was still young, dumb, and stupid. So that's the only thing that's holding me down to keep me going forward in life. And I remember me and my friend was going over to some girl's house. And when we got there, it was like, he wanted to rob the pizza man. He was just telling me to stand there by him, but I didn't know just by me standing there by him that it was gonna be all of this later on down the road. I had experience from God, and I changed my life around. On my Facebook page, I probably got from 2015, 16, probably 18 or whatever. I have uploaded me holding a gun, but where I'm at now, I didn't know I was a felony. I didn't know I was a felony because I have no tickets, no warrants, no fines, no nothing. And now my life's changed. I'm a minister. I got a lot of people that can vouch for me. I'm a Mason. I have a wonderful family, kids. All my oldest kids, they didn't graduate. I got one more young one, he's 5. I just got custody of him. And I'm just trying to provide and do better things. Me and my wife, hold on for a minute. I know no one on here never did this, but I'm about to go. Where's she at right quick in the room? We got our own business started up, and here's what we do. This is our little office and stuff right here. And we also have an office over here where we make shirts and all of that stuff. And as you can see, she getting my little one together. Hi, honey. As you can see, she getting my little one together, and life has been wonderful. I don't have too much of nothing to say because that's my past. And we live in this evil, sinful generation, and I was possessed then. Most people say, well, they was losing someone caused them to do it or whatever, I just did those things, and it just make my testimony and my minister better. So I ask for forgiveness, but if it ain't my time to come up for this forgiveness, then I done did a lot of more things after that, and God then forgave me for all of those things. So this is the only thing right here just really just holding me back, and it's been years and years.
Thanks, Mr. Johnson. Questions from the board?
Yes.
Cindy?
Mr. Johnson, you might have heard me ask others this, but you just mentioned that you have a lot of people that can vouch for you, and yet you didn't submit any letters of support. It's not required, but go ahead. Why not?
Yes. At the moment, I was just so happy to know I can be able to reach out to someone, to be able to listen to me, to be able to hear me out. But I got a lot of people that can be able to send in letters and all that stuff. I minister to the youth or whatever. Most of them would do it. I'm a Mason, my Masonic brothers and all them, they'll do it or whatever, So I have a lot of people that can vouch for me. My kids, out of all the things that I have done, I just thank God my kids, they were able to graduate and they never went through none of the stuff that I ever went through. So that's a blessing. I was there for them as a single parent. I was there for them like I'm here for him. This is Ken Zandrick Jesus Johnson. He ready to get in the swimming pool. But anyway, they ain't got nothing to do with it. I'm just happy to be able to just reach out, just reach out and stuff. And if y'all can give me another chance, I know God has really have been blessing me. I've been moving forward into my life, haven't been getting in trouble or none of that, just a family thing,
I understand.
But I want to be able to provide more for my family.
Yeah, but on the application, on number 18, it says attached letters of recommendation, optional but strongly encouraged. And I'm just curious why you didn't put any letters in with your application.
I wasn't thinking at the time, I wasn't thinking at the time. I was just in a hurry just to make sure y'all be able to get my paperwork, everything in order to be able to give me a chance to speak. Because I haven't wrote anything down because I'm a little witness of what God then brought me through. I had a visitation where out of body experience, meaning I died and I went to heaven and I seen what was going on. Some people I tell these things to or whatever, they can feel God power because I don't have no power. So God ordained me to do this work. So like I say, I was so excited to hear from, I was so surprised and excited to hear from you guys because I'm like, this is old. This is like 1985. I'm 47 years old now. Up in September, I'll be 48. And now it's like I'm just helping the community, just doing a whole lot of things, that God want me to do. And I know each and every day, what if I'm asleep or woke, I just pray, even in my sleep. I'm praying now, even while as we speak. So I know the meaning of life now, It's not living for.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, you have a blessed day.
Jeff?
Hey, good morning, sir. Did I hear you say that you didn't know you were convicted of a felony and then you had access
Yeah.
and possession of guns for a number of years?
No, I had guns. I had guns showed on my page. I never bought a gun or none of that. But I have posted pictures of me holding a gun. But where I'm at now, I'm in Mississippi. Where I'm at now, I have no tickets, no fines, no warrants, or nothing. I didn't know I was a convicted felony until I tried to go into the shop to buy a gun, and that's when this right here came up. So
when was that?
That was like last year. And since then, from last year, since then of the time of last year, that's when I started reaching out.
I see.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right.
Any other questions for Mr. Johnson? All right, well, Mr. Johnson, thanks for appearing before us and sharing your story. You'll hear from us in a month or two, but hope you have a good weekend.
Okay, thank you for the time. Have a blessed day.
Thanks. All right, next we will be hearing from David Nibbs. So David. All right, David, well, you've seen how this works, so go ahead.
Awesome. So I'm David Nibbs. I was convicted, Class C felony. Honestly, I can't remember the amount. It was either $2,500 or $1,500. Winnebago County, Wisconsin. A friend of mine were charged with stealing tickets from the Life Fest festivity, which is a Christian music festival, kind of like a Woodstock that they hold every summer. My father is a minister. He was a guest singer there, and we had a pretty large youth group, and he gave me a bunch of guest tickets to give to a lot of the youth. I had a bunch left over. Poor moral decision, but at the time, I thought this is a great business opportunity. I have these extra tickets. There's a huge line of people that are paying $50 per ticket. I could try to sell them for $35. So that's what we did. We were approached and asked by it. I was very honest about it and said, hey, these tickets are from my dad. I'm just selling them out here. The person that was in charge was extremely upset about that. And it just kind of escalated from there to where it became theft. I was charged 3 months. So I didn't get time served, but I was charged 3 months. I immediately had to report to jail, which I was able to get into the minimum security, which is in Oshkosh. And then I immediately enrolled in University of Oshkosh and loaded up on, I think, 8 summer courses there because I was already in college. And I was on a track and field scholarship. So I was able to convince a couple of teachers to teach me in the weight room. So I was able to still train in there because I had track starting in the spring. So immediately when I left, I went to school. But the agreement was when I came back from school, I had to go another 3 months to jail. So I will say mentally that was extremely hard. I was a huge outsider, didn't talk to anybody. I mean, you're going to school knowing that you have 10 days as soon as you go in school that you have to report to jail. It's not fun. But same thing, went to school, did summer classes, got done with it. I was given a probation officer. We saw each other maybe 4 or 5 times, and she was like, there's no point to that. And I don't mean that in a bad way, is to go from, I've been a regional vice president for Fortune 1000 company. I'm a performance enhancement coach. I work with elite youth, athletic and professional athletes. I don't name drop, but I absolutely guarantee you there's professional athletes you have seen that I have worked with. I'm the guy you come to an off season to get more explosive, to get faster. I'm a go-getter. Something like this that was just a stupid mistake is not something that holds me back. But the reason I am here is because it has held me back from very big positions that I am absolutely qualified for, more than educated for, strictly because of the felony. And I believe that the level of the felony, even I believe now it would be considered a misdemeanor, it would even be considered a felony, that it be reconsidered because it's not only affecting my life. I can get through that. I have a track club. I am a realtor. I heard other people talking about that. I had to sit in front of a hearing just like this with the same thing. I'm very upfront with everything I apply for. I have this felony. Here's what it's from. I was obviously still granted my license. I work with JUCO football. I work with youth programs, but I cannot, and this really bugs me because I'm a very involved dad. I can't volunteer for anything with my kid. I can't go to field trips. I can luckily go into school, have lunch with her and things like that, but I can't do anything with her. I heard the arguments earlier with the gun. Not a big deal to me, so that wouldn't be an argument either way. But voting absolutely is. I'm going to be honest, probably not since the past 2 terms. I realize I'm missing not having this right that I feel I've served my time. Not only have I served time, but I've proven to give back to the community. To be able to get that right back would be extremely important for me.
All right, thank you. Questions from the board? Jeff?
Well, just to be clear, sir, you can vote. In Wisconsin, you don't lose your voting privileges. Once you've completed your sentence, in your case probation, you retain your right to vote. So you can vote.
So that's what I thought. But the problem here is they keep telling me I can. Since I moved here for college, since I've been in the Carolinas, they said because of this felony I cannot vote.
Maybe in the oh, you're in the Carolinas?
Yes, sir. Sorry, I didn't mention it. Yeah, I left and came to school here immediately. Yeah.
I'm not sure what the law in Carolinas are. There are a number of states where if you have a felony on your conviction on your record, you can't vote. So
yeah, no, unfortunately here that's not the case.
Okay, sorry.
All right. Well, thanks, David, for. Oh, Cindy, go ahead.
Actually, could I say one more thing? It's not in the notes, but I distinctly remember we had this agreement that if and when I graduate, because I get it, you guys see a lot of people come in that probably aren't going to continue to do something with their lives or whatever. But I'm now one of those persons that, and I was even constantly questioned when I went to the minimum security jail because I said, I never drank, I've never did drugs, and it was like continuously asked, you never stole anything? Like, no, that's not me. So I can't be put in this section just because that's seen there. And so to make proof of this, I said, look, once I graduate, can this all just be erased from my record? And the agreement was yes. And then somehow that got lost. And then when I kept reaching out, they said, oh, well, this is in paper. It's not in the basement. It's not on the computer. Like, it's just been this long drawn out thing that I've been able to be successful without it. And I know I could be successful with the felony on me. But I'm limited to things I can do as a father. And like I said, voting, especially now being a father and being an older American, it's important for me.
Cindy?
Yeah. So Mr. Nibbs, you've heard me ask other applicants this.
Yes.
You didn't submit any letters of
No,
support.
that I have tons of them. I accidentally sent them to disability. I didn't want to throw that part in. I've been disabled for 8 years. But again, just one of those things. I'm not dead. It's a challenge. I'm going to push through it. I sent those letters of recommendation to disability instead of you guys. I can happily send those to you. But no, I'm very honest. I heard the embarrassment conversations and I can understand that, but I'm very honest about what I've done. And more importantly, people see who I am. But it wasn't anything about forgetting or whatever else. I literally sent them to disability instead of you guys.
So you sent them to the wrong department?
Correct.
Okay.
I'm going through 2 different things. So it was just a mix up on.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, any other questions? All right, well, thanks, David, for appearing before us. As you've heard me say before, you'll find out about the outcome of the process in 2 months, but have a good day and thanks for your time.
You too. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. All right, well, that now concludes our morning session. So now we will be moving into closed session for the reasons listed on the open meeting notice, including for purposes of considering specific applications and personal, financial, medical, and background materials. Is there a first? Jeff, is there a second? Cindy, anybody opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously and we will be moving into closed session. So I'm going to be moving folks streaming. All right, folks, we'll be with you in just a minute. All right, well, welcome everybody. We will get started. This is the afternoon 1 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. session of the Governor's Pardon Advisory Board hearing for July 8th, 2022. My name is Ryan Nelsonstuen. I am chair of the Governor's Pardon Advisory Board, and I'm going to run through a few housekeeping items, and then we're going to jump right into things here. So first, just be mindful that we are live streaming this on both YouTube and Wisconsin Eye. So therefore, it looks like all of you have your cameras off and are muted. So please continue to do so until it is your time to speak. I'm going to be calling folks in the order that they are listed on the open meeting notice for today. So we will be starting with Donald Spencer, then Jeffrey, Brian, Kim, Marlena, Jason, James, and then Matthew. When I call you up, please unmute yourself and turn your camera on. You can do so by clicking the little microphone icon in the lower left-hand corner of your screen, and also the little camera icon, and that will turn your camera on and unmute yourself. You'll have about 5 to 7 minutes to answer the questions that we asked you. Please stick to those questions, and please be mindful of time, because we do have a number of folks we want to be able to get through today, and I want to leave time so the board can ask you questions. So you'll have about 5 to 7 minutes to share your story with us. Be concise and to the point. We want to hear about how you received your felony conviction. We want specifics, not just I was young and dumb and happened to get convicted one day. There's a little bit more to it. So we want to hear about exactly what happened and what your role was in the crime. We want to hear what happened with your sentence afterwards, including whether or not you paid restitution or if there were any issues that caused your supervision to be extended. And then finally, we want to hear what you've done since then in order to earn the chance to receive a pardon from Governor Evers. After you've spoken, I'll open up to the board to ask questions. We may or may not have questions for you, depending on the thoroughness of your application and your materials and your presentation. That said, don't read too much into it one way or the other if we do ask you questions or we don't. After we get done hearing from all the folks today, we will be going into closed session, where the board will be conferring on who to recommend for a pardon. If you receive majority support from the 5 board members present, so 3 out of the 5, your application will be forwarded to Governor Evers for final consideration, and he'll make the decision on whether or not to grant you a pardon. If the board does not forward your recommendation, or if it does and Governor rejects your application, you'll receive a denial letter from the board, and you'll be able to reapply for a pardon within 18 months from the date of that letter. If we do forward your application, the governor grants it, you'll receive a pardon. You'll receive either a denial or the pardon within about a month or 2 from today's date. I'm going to do a quick round of introductions. Oh, and then final thing is, before I do introductions, is once you are done speaking, we've asked you questions, you do not need to stay on. You can jump off and go about hopefully enjoying the rest of your Friday and weekend. Everybody does. You don't need to hang on. So in addition to myself on the board today, we have Judge Jeff Kremers. Jeff is a retired judge from Milwaukee County Circuit Court. We have Cindy O'Donnell, formerly with the Wisconsin Department of Justice, now with the Wisconsin Department of Corrections. We have Nadia Perez-Reyes, who's a former public defender and currently the Assistant Deputy Secretary for the Wisconsin Department of Children and Families. And we have Reverend Jerry Hancock, who's the director of the Prison Ministry Project and previously was a state and county prosecutor. And with that, we will see if we have Donald Spencer. So Donald, hopefully you're on.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you, Donald. So, well, you heard my normal spiel, so now's your opportunity to share your story with us in terms of how you received your felony conviction, what happened afterwards, and why you think you've earned the chance to receive a pardon. So please proceed, Donald.
Okay, hi, my name is Donald Spencer. I am 51 years old and a resident of Green Bay, Wisconsin. I am here today to ask for a pardon for the crimes I committed in November 2014. When I was arrested, I spent the weekend in jail and was released on a $500 bond. When I was released, I wanted to get help, so I started seeing an AODA counselor on my own. I was convicted 4/16/2015 for manufactured delivery of Schedule 1 or 2 narcotics and possession of THC. I was sentenced 2 years probation, which I started right away and ended at 16 months for good behavior. Since my release, I continued AODA therapy for a year, and I had a lot of time to self-reflect, which I learned I needed to be held accountable for my actions and to quit feeling sorry for myself just because I had health problems at a young age that no one could explain to me. I started doing my own research on sarcoidosis, and I made some lifestyle changes, which include eating right, exercising, and therapy. I went back to school to finish my degree and recently graduated with an associate's degree in criminal justice. I also started an annual unity walk as a way to break down racial barriers and build relationships with each other and local police. We partnered with the local police, and that is how I became friends with the captain. I am asking for a pardon because I have found my purpose in life. I am truly sorry for the pain and hurt I caused my family. I do not want to see anyone else make the same mistake as it has almost cost everything for me, including my family. Therapy has helped me tremendously, and I realized it was not healthy to keep it all to myself. Now that I am feeling better and I have a positive outlook on life, I realize I have so much more to offer. I would love the opportunity to mentor kids, but unfortunately, Wisconsin is not recognized as a second chance state. That I have been turned down numerous of jobs because of my felony, and I have applied for part-time jobs also and been turned down because of my felony. I am a good person who made some bad choices. I just need someone to give me a second chance so I can be the best version of me. Thank you for allowing me to tell my story.
Thanks, Mr. Spencer. Questions from the board? Jerry? You need to unmute yourself, Jerry.
According to the complaint, I think your daughter was present when you were arrested.
Yes, sir. She was in the house.
Yeah, and how's she doing?
She's not doing great, but she has been seeing a therapist too herself, and she's no longer here in Wisconsin. She lives in San Diego now.
And how are you feeling?
I feel like I made a terrible mistake, and I would like to spend the rest of my life trying to make it up to my family, the harm and distrust that I caused my family.
And you have complicated medical issues. How are you feeling physically, I guess?
Not the best. Not the best. I mean, I'm in pain every day. I'm weak at times. Some days I just don't want to, move around that much.
Okay. Well, I hope you feel better. Thanks.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Cindy, then Jeff.
Afternoon, Mr. Spencer. So you have your associate's degree in criminal justice. Is there some path that you see for yourself in the future?
Yes, ma'am. I wanted to work with the young youth of the community. I mean, because I've been down that bad road. I made the wrong decisions. And if I could change one life or two, that's my purpose now in life. I just need an opportunity to do that. And I can't do that if I have a felony.
Right. Well, I would just encourage you to always look at the Department of Corrections as a potential employer, both in probation and parole or juvenile corrections or adult corrections. And, you might have a lot to give back there with your experience as well. So,
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeff?
Good afternoon, sir. I know it's been 20 years and it was a misdemeanor, but you were convicted of intimidating a victim, and there was a DV charge that was dismissed and read in back in 2002, and you completed the probation in 2005. Can you tell me just very briefly what that was about?
Well, yes, sir. At the time, that was my girlfriend at the time whom I'm now married to, and we have 3 kids together. That was just like a misunderstanding totally. Yes, I ended up marrying her, and we still married today with a family.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, thanks, Mr. Spencer, for appearing before us today and being the first to go in this afternoon session. Hope you have a good rest of your day, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Next, we'll hear from Jeffrey Nordness. So, Jeffrey. All right, Jeff, you've seen how this works. So now is your opportunity to share your story with us. Just need you to unmute yourself so we can hear you. There we go.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, just fine. So you've seen how this works, so go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I got convicted back in 1968 for stealing a typewriter, and I know I did wrong. I was drunk. I was with a couple other guys, and I served a 2-year probation too. And I served it, and I filled it to the end, and I've been keeping my nose clean. I haven't gotten in trouble. I just wanted to get this past me and behind me. I have a grandson that I spend a lot of time with. I lost my daughter in 2005, so I like to spend more time out in the woods and fishing and stuff like that too with them. But I'll be 73 this August. So, and back then when I committed that crime, I had a lawyer that was supposed to take care of it, and I can't believe it wasn't. I just feel sorry for it, and I know I did wrong, and I want to try to mend and do right. I've been doing stuff. I'm involved. I help other people out. I remodel and stuff. I work real cheap because they're mainly my friends, and then there's a few people that trickle in too. But yeah, I'm retired now, so right now I got the boy over here now. He's hitting some golf balls with his friend right now. He's 15 years old. His name's Ivan, and I just don't like to have something like this. It ain't being a very good role model when they know that's like this here. And I didn't really ever tell him till this week, because I told him I had court and he wanted to know why. And I told him I did something wrong when I was 18 years old. So,
Mr. Nordness, questions from the board? Jeff, then Cindy.
And do I understand, sir, that so you gave this typewriter that you stole to your then girlfriend, and then you took it back from her and returned it to whoever it belonged to? Is that how it worked?
Yes. It was Jones Incorporated, and he received it. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Cindy.
Mr. Nordness, one of the things that, it's encouraged that you send in letters of support with your application, but it's not required. But you did not submit any letters, and I'm wondering why not? Why no letters of support?
Well, I've been trying to get this resolved for probably about 6 years now, and I did send some stuff in, and I had people there that knew me and stuff like that. I can give some names out if you want to call somebody or something.
Oh, no. No, not necessary. Not necessary at all. I was just curious as to, whether why you didn't, and maybe you did and they've gotten misplaced or something, but, and why 50 years later, why now? Why not 20 years ago? Why now?
Because I tried, and I never could get a response. And my buddy Ryan Wallenberg works for the Justice Department, and he told me that I'd have to go through Tony Everts, and he could probably get out of it. And he says, I think you got a good chance, Jeff.
Sounds like a smart friend. Thank you.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Nordness, for appearing before us. Appreciate your time. Hope you get to enjoy the rest of your day with your grandson, and you'll hear from us in about a month or two about the outcome of the process today.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Next, we will be hearing from Brian Hinkle. So, Brian.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you. Yep.
Okay. I apologize for the background. I couldn't change it before the meeting, so my apologies. Ryan, I did follow along. I think I have the instructions down. Should I just jump right in, sir?
Yep, have right at it.
Very good. Good afternoon, esteemed panelists. I was working as a police officer in the 90s, and I believe, Your Honor, I've testified in your court before Judge Kramer's. At that time in 2004, I was promoted to police sergeant. I had heard that my guys were screwing around on third shift on duty. They were sledding. I could not find them. When I was able to find them, believe it or not, and it's just like you can't imagine, one guy crashed in front of me. I made a terrible decision at the time to cover for him, and I falsified official documents and said that he fell down a flight of stairs. Later, one of those guys got in trouble and sold this out to get out of the next trouble. And I could not do anything but admit that I did falsify the documents. I was sentenced to 4 months, which I did some of it on house release. It went just fine. In fact, it was kind of interesting being a former law enforcement officer and checking in, because some of the guards would treat me different than, I suppose. Uh-oh, did I log out? No, I'm here. Okay, I'm sorry. I was being treated differently by the guards in the House of Corrections, which was interesting. But either way, I guess I deserved all that. I was acting entitled, and I violated the public trust, and I defaced the Milwaukee Police Department, which was a job I loved. And it was very hard. And the road to recovery, I believe you guys have read my letter. I don't want to, if you want, I can go into it a lot. But I think one of my proudest moments was coaching wrestling for 11 years at a local high school and giving back to the community in that standpoint. I have been invited to 2 weddings now for some of my athletes. I think my professional life, I've gone back to school to UW-Madison through DPW, and some of the things I've done at DPW, and then doing the startup for the streetcar. And I think where I'm at right now is I think the felony has caused me to lose out on some job opportunities. And prevented me from being hired at different places. And I think the reason why I think I'm asking for the pardon is because it's important to show my athletes and my children that to finish what you started, to atone for your mistakes, to own that, and this being part of the process. I also promised our stepdaughter that died of cancer when she was 21 in 2011 that I would do this and try and do this when the time was right. And Cindy, to answer your question or potential question, I don't believe Governor Walker was doing pardons at the time, and this just kind of felt like the right time. And I think the commercials that you see on TV for Kim and Lavoie, where it's not the mistakes that define you, it's how you respond. And I think, one foolish idiot day professionally, I think I have shown. And just so you guys know, I'm not done. I'm not stopping here. I'm going to keep going. I'm going to go back to school. I'm going to do whatever it takes just to continue to better myself.
Thanks, Mr. Hinkle. Questions from the board? Cindy?
So, Mr. Hinkle, a couple of questions. So the criminal complaint quotes 2 different officers saying that it was actually your idea to hold the sledding events.
Yes, ma'am, I can answer that question. So when that happened, and that's not correct at all. When the other officer that was in January of 2004, and the other officer on April Fool's Day went to a payphone and dialed 911 and said a man was having sex with a prostitute in Washington Park, and gave the license plate number of his buddy's personal car as a joke. He got ordered in for misuse of 911. And all the officers gave their statements that the thing was my idea, that I ordered them to go sledding, that I ordered the cover up, that I threatened them internally with promotions, blocking, and things of that nature. So it basically became rank and file versus the supervisor.
So two separate officers gave false statements in the criminal complaint, is that?
I don't want to call them out, but it was not my idea to do that, and I was trying to stop it, and that's where I'm going to be. And I don't want to. I'm sorry if I'm being evasive.
No. You dispute their version of events. That's what you're saying.
I do, and I read all of their versions.
Yeah. Okay. So here's where I struggle. So you made the decision after your colleague was injured to say, this is not how it happened. We're not going to say that. We're going to move him, and we're going to actually pretend it happened somewhere else under different circumstances. You made that call. Is that right?
It wasn't supposed to be moved. I did say to take him to the hospital and say that the other thing happened, not take him there. And then we say that.
Okay.
But yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then this is what I don't understand. You then wrote the two officers that supposedly found him. You wrote them up for commendations.
Yes, ma'am. Another lie begets another lie. And yeah, it compounded itself, and I couldn't get away with it, and I didn't get in my own way and stop it, and I kept it going. Yes, ma'am, I did do that too.
And in those, in those commendations, you said that they were chasing an unknown black male on the schoolyard. Right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And I mean, none of that was true.
None of it.
Okay. So, and then my last question, and you may have answered this. You actually went in and confessed to your superior officers on April 22nd. And why then? Was that because of the April 1st incident that you knew it was unraveling, or what made you go? Okay. Is that what made you go in?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That and also just the backstory is I'm transparent with my wife and my family, and we knew this was going to be bad, and that's why that happened.
Okay, so you went in and reported to I think a lieutenant and a captain, and you said this is really what happened. And
yes, ma'am.
Okay, so when I read through, I guess I have one final question. I read through everything, and you've made lemonade out of lemons here. You've got a job that people respect you for, and that you seem to be doing well. And as you said before, when you started, you're not stopping, you're going to keep going. So what would a pardon do for you? What's your need? What would change?
Well, actually, interestingly enough, I have, now that I have all the specialty stuff for rail and streetcar, there are opportunities across the country in bigger rail systems that I could go and work for.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead if you had more.
No, I was just going to say, for example, the city of Cincinnati has a streetcar. I was in the final three for that, my actual chief safety officer position, and I did not get the job because of my criminal background. So just to give you an idea, and I'd just like to say one more thing that I don't think I added, and this is very weak, but please stay with me. I do have, and I was treated for a sleep disorder that I was going through at the time. I do have sleep apnea. I have a CPAP machine, and I am one of the lucky few. I can't sleep without that thing. So I've used it And I've tracked it 99% of the time since it was prescribed to me.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions from the board? All right, well, thanks, Mr. Hinkle, for appearing before us. As you heard me say before, you'll hear from us in about a month or two in terms of the outcome, but hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. All right, next we will be hearing from Kim Crary. So Kim.
Yes.
All right. Let me just.
It isn't letting me start the video.
Here we go.
Yep, there should be a little. I can do a little prompt and you can just say accept. Start the video.
Okay, has it started it?
Nope.
No, for some reason it won't start the video.
That's fine. We'll proceed just with audio. That's the most important part. So, Kim, you heard how this goes in terms of sharing your story with us first, and then I'll open up for questions. So please proceed by telling us about your felony conviction, what happened afterwards, and why you think you've earned a chance to receive a pardon. So please go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon. Thank you all for taking your time for this today. Back in early 1980, a friend of mine and I were drinking and out driving around and going through Devil's Lake State Park. I thought he was relieving himself, but he come back to the car and said I needed to come and see this. And we went and broke into a summer residence there, a cabin, and stole some things. One of the stupidest things I've done in my life. I can say probably the most stupidest thing. It was just a crime of boredom, I guess. It wasn't meant in malice or anything. I was convicted of that. I spent 30 days in jail and 2 years probation and had to pay restitution. Since then, I got married and have a family and volunteered for 18 years as a scout leader. So I had the opportunity to mentor many young men to not make the same mistakes I did. I was on the fire department for 10 years. And it's just something that I'd like to put behind me. Gives me anxiety issues to have to tell somebody and admit that I did something so foolish. So I would like to just get it pardoned and never have to think about it again.
Thanks, Kim. Questions from the board? We'll go with Jerry, then Cindy.
Kim, there were some rings that were stolen as part of it. I know it's a long time ago, but do you know what happened to those rings?
I couldn't swear 100%, but that was all turned over to the police at the time of the arrest. We still had to make restitution for things that they did not get back. So I'm not sure if the police took those rings when we were arrested. I thought they did.
Okay, and you were on a volunteer fire department. Was that in Prairie du Sac?
Sauk City Fire District for 10 years.
Okay. All right, thanks.
You're welcome.
Cindy?
Mr. Crary, one of your letters of support mentions, and I'm just going to read 2 lines from it. I've been in the presence of Kim with guns and bows and arrows while target practicing at Boy Scout camp. In addition, he and I provided training on these items to other Boy Scouts. Have you used or possessed firearms?
I have to admit that yes, I did under Governor Tommy Thompson. I had this done once before so that I could do those things, but then somehow after 9/11, it was filed incorrectly and got kicked out. therefore making me have to reapply. I don't know why. They just said it was filed incorrectly. So for a period of time there, it was okay for me to be around firearms because I had had this done once under Governor Tommy Thompson. But somehow it didn't get filed correctly.
What was it that was being filed? I'm not sure I'm clear.
The pardon somehow didn't get filed above a state level or something, they said. So when the federal government got in on it after 9/11, somehow it got rejected because of it was being filed improperly.
So Mr. Curry, were you previously pardoned?
Yes, I was.
By Governor Thompson?
I'm pretty sure it was under Governor Thompson.
Hmm.
I mean, this was way back in 1990, maybe.
And how, Mr. Curry, how did you find out that it had been misfiled or you couldn't? Who notified you and how?
Some friends of mine and I went and got certified as instructors for gun safety in the home before the concealed carry was approved. And we were going to run a school on training gun safety in the home for concealed carry classes. And that's when I found out that I was still had a record as a felon.
And how did, when you say you found out, how did that happen? You got a letter or what happened?
We went in one afternoon to purchase a firearm to use in the class, and they rejected it, and that's how I found out.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Any other questions from the board? All right, well, thanks, Kim, for appearing before us. As you've heard me say before, you'll find out about the outcome of this process in about a month or two, but I appreciate your time and hope you have a good weekend.
All right, thank you for all taking your time today.
Thank you. All right, next we'll hear from Marlena Rucker. So Marlena. There we go. All right, well, Ms. Rucker, you've seen how this works, so please go at it.
So I want to first start by saying thank you so much for hearing my request today. And I'd like to start by giving you a brief description of my crime, and it is forgery party to a crime. I initially agreed and knowingly entered into a check writing scheme with a co-defendant who is 10 years my senior to write checks. I know that it was wrong. I knew that it was wrong. And I take full responsibility for my actions. As a result, I was sentenced to 4 years probation, 5-year state sentence. Restitution was ordered, full, joint, and several. I was ordered to perform community service as well as electronic monitoring. So my sentencing was complete without incident. I have no other negative contact with the police since then. Again, that was when I was 20. The crime was committed when I was 21. I was sentenced when I was 22, June of 1996. I am now a mom of a 21-year-old daughter. Excuse me.
You're doing just fine, Marlena.
So she's a college student. I'm so proud of who she is. She graduated with honors from Dominican High School. And Since then, I've completed college. I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice. I completed the ACRE program, which is commercial real estate development through Marquette University. It's a program designed to introduce minorities into the commercial real estate development world here in the Milwaukee area. Also, I have ministerial leadership certificate through my church. I serve there in volunteer capacity, as well as I was employed there for 5 years. I am big on education. I'm a lifetime learner. But my childhood dream right now is to go to law school, and that is why I'm seeking a pardon. It's so that I can go to law school. Right now, I just completed 1 year of employment with Delta Airlines. Since my 1 year, I've completed which is let me say, a ground security coordinator. A ground security coordinator would allow me to be I could meet charter flights, or if there is a breach in security where, let's just say, somebody comes through TSA and breach a sterile area, they would contact me as a representative for my airline, and I would maybe help assist with writing the report or notifying the right authorities, documenting our, like, whatever needs to be documented, and notifying our corporate security for any incidents that would take place. So, but my childhood goal is or dream is to be an attorney. That's what I want. This past 26 years has been a dark 26 years. Today is a bright day for me to sit before you guys. It's really a bright day. Didn't know that this day was gonna come. So, any questions for me?
I'll open up for the board. Questions from the board? Jeff?
Hey, good afternoon, Ms. Rucker. Ms. Rucker, I see that you were ordered to pay restitution, but according to the court records that we've received, there's still about $7,800 owed in restitution. Does that sound right to you?
So I wasn't aware of that, because I was told some years ago by the defendant or the co-defendant that she had paid it, but again, I didn't know. Me as a single parent, I didn't have the monies. I've struggled with employment. I know that she was employed she's had a great job and was a homeowner. I've struggled. I've lived, struggled. And so when I say I've had to use state services, not that I didn't, not that I'm not capable, my felony was a barrier. I've had to really navigate the system in order to even keep employment, far as utilizing nonprofit services, or pretty much my employment was based on me knowing people, going places where I knew people. Retaining housing was always, when I went to look for housing, it was always about me being referred.
Okay, but
one of those type of things.
So my question though is, you haven't paid any restitution yourself?
I have,
or very little?
Very minimal, because
Okay.
I was in school.
Okay, so there are two possibilities then. Nobody's paid any restitution to the 50-some people that were defrauded with these checks, or, and they just haven't chased you down to get you to pay, or your co-defendant did make the restitution, but it's still showing up as a liability as far as the court is concerned on your record. So regardless, I would advise you, regardless of what happens with this pardon application, that you sort of check that out, because other people can look at that court record and see that you supposedly own restitution. Maybe you do, maybe you don't, and I think you should clear that up. But I just wanted to hear what your explanation was.
And I remember one year my state taxes was taken for restitution. Was that something that would have?
Could be. It's possible. There are ways to do that, whether it was for this situation or another one. I have no way of knowing, but you might want to explore that to see what the fact is. But thank you for your information.
Okay, well, thank you for bringing that to my attention, because that's not something that I was never notified of outside of and once they took the state taxes, I was never given anything like I've received my state taxes after that. So I wouldn't have, I thought it would have been cleared.
Any other questions for Ms. Rucker? Cindy?
Ms. Rucker, if you achieve your dream of finishing law school, what kind of law do you want to practice?
Employment as well as real estate.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, well, Ms. Rucker, thank you for appearing before us. And like you've heard me say before, you'll find out about the outcome in a month or two from today's date, but appreciate your time and hope you have a good day.
Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. All right, next we will be hearing from Jason Tim. So Jason, there you are. You've seen how this works, so please proceed.
Good afternoon, everybody. First off, I'd like to thank y'all for your time and consideration. I do truly appreciate that. Just to start off the conversation, the offense happened nearly quite close to 29 years ago in August of 1993. I was 18 years old. Just recently, let's say I was physically 18 years old. I question how old I was emotionally and mentally back then. Anyways, the offense itself, I traded a car that I had to a friend, and the payment for the car was tools. I found out that they were stolen tools, and I went to pick them up with my friend. And I didn't know until we got to the place that he was actually going to be stealing them at that time. So it was definitely not something that was planned, but it was definitely something that was ignorant on my part. I do accept the responsibility for the part I played. I could have said no, I could have made different decisions, but those are the decisions that I made, and I've lived with them for, like I said, almost 29 years now. I did complete my supervision without any incidents. The biggest things that I can point out here is I was young, I was ignorant, and definitely back then I did feel bulletproof. In fact, the district attorney, who is not Mr. Truly, who tried the case, but someone that has taken his position since then, she wrote me back when I had sent the letter asking for, as part of the process. She'd written me back and said that she didn't have an opinion about whether or not I deserved a pardon or not, but considering the way I acted during the court proceedings and all of the pretrial and all that kind of stuff, that should be brought into consideration. I did write the district attorney back, and I just explained people change. Fortunately, very fortunately, I was able to change. In fact, I changed shortly after that incident. because this was a very much a wake-up call. Back then I felt bulletproof. I literally didn't think that regardless of what was thrown at me would stick. And that obviously wasn't the case for this situation. I also struggled a lot with behavior back then. I can tell you that after that offense, it was about 8 years later, in my mid-20s, I was about 25 years old. I did get diagnosed with ADD, and I've been on medication ever since. I can tell you that was a big wake-up call for me, because I always was in trouble in school. I was always doing something that deserved to be yelled at. I always deserved to be yelled at for something, so I was always doing something. And since I've been on the medication, I still take it all the way through today. You know, the focus, the anxiety, the self-control are all so much better. I don't have issues with that anymore. I also realized many years ago that I'm not bulletproof. I'm just an average person that has to live their life. So I also quit drinking 23 years ago, and I've never taken illegal drugs. And in my early 30s, I actually found religion again, and I've been quite active in that, which definitely helped me write my moral compass that I don't think was necessarily pointing true north early in my life. History since the offense, I've got a myriad of education and certifications. Again, like I said, I struggled in school. I always had very high grades. I was an intelligent child, but I just couldn't sit still, couldn't, in high school, I didn't show up for class other than take tests, things like that. So I did start Fox Valley Tech after I completed my HSED during my high school years. I attended Fox Valley Technical College, and then I transferred to Concordia University, where I studied accounting and computer science. And then most recently, I haven't completed the master's program, but I did enroll in the master's program at Herzing University. It was a personal goal, and my career has not given me a lot of time to achieve that personal goal. But since it's not a professional goal, it's something that is on my bucket list, and it will get done eventually. That much I can assure you. I've also achieved many certificates and certifications. I'm an MCSE or Microsoft Certified Solutions Expert, data science, data solutions, and data platforms. I've also been honored by and invited to sit on many boards from a technology expert perspective, as well as being an expert witness in a few trials for data related and data analysis, or as an expert in those areas. And I also did a lot of speaking because I've created quite or I've proven that I have a very strong skill set in the area of my career. And lastly, I'm committed to learning. It's something that the only thing I can probably say that's the same between the person I am today and the person I was 29 years ago. I loved learning new things. I still love learning new things. Beyond that, I started my career 25 years ago. I started out in accounting, found out I did not like accounting. Fortunately, I was able to use my training and education in computers to transition at that company because they had technology division as well. And I've made my career in data science. I've held positions including technology engineer, database administrator, data architect, technology manager, director of IT, VP of data solutions, chief technology officer. I'm currently data solutions or data department manager for a pharmaceutical benefits administration organization in Milwaukee. If you talk to anyone I work with, any of my supervisors, they'll tell you I'm dedicated, driven, capable, and I'm a quality leader. I could say a coping mechanism, something that I still struggle with, is the extra energy, and I put that into research and studying and building up my skill sets, which is something I'm actually quite proud of. Is that there's not too many questions that get past me in my profession. As far as the community and being involved, I'm most proud in my life of my two sons. I do have a 22-year-old who's a phenomenal artist, and an 11-year-old who is has me very worried because he acts a lot like I did when I was his age. Fortunately, I do have some understanding of what he's going through, so guaranteed that he will not follow the same path that I did. I was also a football coach at Waukesha North, which I'm very proud of, for 7 years. I've been a youth baseball coach, youth soccer coach, youth basketball coach, active and contributor to several charity organizations, including Hunger Task Force, Habitat for Humanity, fundraising. I've done a lot around ALS, Parkinson's, and a substantial amount around cures for cancer. My mother died of cancer. I have a sister that died of cancer. I've had numerous friends that have either struggled with and survived or died from cancer. So very important to me. I've also been a big brother in the Big Brother, Big Sister organization. I'm very active around the holidays, during Hanukkah and during Christmas. I do a lot of toy drives, participate in and really enjoy, especially taking the toys down to our children's hospital here in Milwaukee. I also do a lot of law enforcement charities and drives. I've got quite a few close acquaintances and friends in law enforcement, and something I really enjoy. One thing I can tell you is I have had a great career to date, but even though I've had a great career and achieved quite a bit of success, I've been turned down and lost many opportunities through years because of this conviction. I'm still physically the same person, emotionally and mentally I am not. I've changed, and those lost positions and lost opportunities, I can't get them back, but God willing and Governor Evers say so, I won't have that same issue in the future. Outside of that, I'm a homeowner, I'm a father, I'm a good spouse. There's so many good qualities that I have. The one thing that has always been an issue for me is this conviction. So that's the biggest thing for me. Why would I like to have this pardon? First of all, I'll state, and it says in my application, that I did try before for a pardon, and I was told at that point that basically I didn't need one. I didn't need a pardon because I was successful, because it wasn't impeding me from making a living and those kind of things. And my biggest reason back then for looking for that pardon was my 22-year-old was going off the rails. He was starting to go down a bad path. And one day he basically said to me, "Why should I even listen to you? You are a hypocrite. You tell me not to do something when I know what you did when you were my age." So I went to get a pardon, and I was turned down because I didn't need that pardon. Things have changed for me since then. I am divorced, and I am I'm in a new relationship. I've been in this relationship for 8 years. My significant other she has two girls, 24 and 21. And like I said, I've got my 22-year-old and 11-year-old. As a child, I was an avid hunter, and my spouse or my significant other and her daughters have been avid hunters, as well as their biological father. And at this point, you know, I'm very much a law-abiding citizen. No guns are kept in my house. I have them rent a storage unit where all of their hunting equipment and rifles and such are kept. I would really love to go along with them. It's nothing to do with, do I want to own a gun or anything like that. I just don't want to be in a situation where I get arrested or whatever, because I'm traveling in a car with a gun, or, you know, I'm sitting up in a stand with one of the girls and she has a gun or something like that. I don't want to be in that situation. That would not be a good situation. So that's one of the big reasons why, is I just want to participate in something that is a big part of my family. My 11-year-old also wants me to take him hunting, and I don't. I would say out of anyone I know or anyone that's in my life, my 11-year-old is the only one that does not know about my past. And I think that just leads back to when my 22-year-old was younger and told me that I was a hypocrite for asking him to behave. So, but he wants to go, and I don't want to. I don't want to go to him and say, I can't take you because I'm a felon. And if you guys don't forward my application on, at least I'll be able to go to him and say, I can't take you because I'm a felon, but trust me, son, I've tried everything I can to be a great person for my 47 years, especially the last 29. I followed every avenue that I could to try and correct my past and move on. Outside of that, you know, I'm getting to a point in my career where I either need to branch out a little bit more or move up the ladder. I can't move up much higher than I have in my career because of the felony. I'm not able to travel abroad to some of the places that I need to. And it's also that even though it was 29 years ago, it still affects me and looks negatively on who I am as a person, as well as being able to be trusted or being a trustworthy person. So I'm sorry for rambling. I didn't have anything prepared, but thank you for listening. Thank you very much for listening.
Thanks, Mr. Tim. Questions from the board? All right, well, Mr. Tim, thanks for your very thorough. So thanks for sharing your story with us. As you've heard me say before, you'll hear from us in a month or two in terms of the outcome of the process, but appreciate your time and hope you have a good day.
You as well. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
All right, next we will be hearing from James Barnes. So James.
Hello?
Yep.
Hear me? You see me?
We can hear you just fine.
Here we go.
All right, you've seen how this works, Mr. Barnes, so please proceed.
Yeah, a little nervous. October 1994. I was leaving a movie theater, and me and one of my friends decided to steal two cars to joyride and took her home. We drove down Center Street. Police flagged us down. We both fled. His story was different. I continued to fly down Locust. Car flipped over 3-4 times on, I think it's a little bit east of MLK and Locust. From that point, I had a severe back injury. I was sentenced 90 days in the House of Correction, 2 years of probation, in which I served the time pretty smoothly. Paid my restitution and other things of that nature. Since that particular time, I was fortunate to bring 4 beautiful children to the world, Two of them, their mother passed. I raised them to adulthood and got them through high school. One is currently going through college. The other one is working. And two little boys I'm currently co-parenting with. In 1999, I received my SSD. 1999, I also got my driver's license because prior to that, I loved to drive. So I own my own cars illegally, just driving them without license. But I've had my license free and clear since 1999. I haven't even had a moving violation though, which I'm proud to say since 2008, not even a speeding ticket. In 2002, I applied for a carpenter apprenticeship. I completed that. I did carpentry non-union in 2001. I took an apprenticeship in 2002, completed in 2006. 2009 was the last year I worked as a union carpenter. I started my construction remodeling company where we do residential and commercial remodeling projects. I do about 20 to 30 decks a year, 15 to 20 bathrooms, basements, kitchens, additions. I also during that 2009, 2010 period, I was able to teach at SDC. They needed someone who can teach the at-risk youth between the age of 18 and 24, individuals who had been locked up for various reasons. So I was able to mentor those individuals, show them through Habitat for Humanity, one of some of their job sites, to help them build, show them different math skills, different coping mechanism skills. The reason, and yes, but also, like I said, I'm very proud of the fact that I've been able to work steadily. I do hard work. I enjoy working hard and working with my hands. The fact that even with my back being messed up when I was younger, never hindered me from physically working. The only hindrance I've had over the years has been different opportunities, even as a contractor, like going into like the police academy. They had a couple opportunities I could have came in and did some contractual work. I was denied. Also, I plan on, as I'm getting older, I would like to get into some of the high schools and teach either on the college level or in the high school level to teach them woodworking or carpentry. So that's really, also, I might want to do like a nonprofit. So I just want my opportunities to open up as I'm getting older. My body's getting a little more banged up. So I just want to open my opportunities up for things and not have the limitations I have. I definitely feel bad for what I've done. Like I said, it mostly was driving and stealing a car and fleeing from the officer, something I 1000% regret. Definitely all my vehicles are insured. And I also try to give other individuals nowadays who getting out of jail or try to mentor them or give them an opportunity to show them how to, be able to provide for their families and show them a trade. So I just want to eventually extend out to do things besides just building. I love doing it, but I eventually want to branch out to like more educational part of it and just have different opportunities for other different type of contracts that may include government contracts that right now would no longer, I would no longer having it. Also like places like Angelus, they do background checks for their contractors, even though I have a 5-star rating online. I'm an A+ BBB rated contractor. That wouldn't mean anything for them because of my felony. They wouldn't use me as a, they call all the time, but I know with the background search, they wouldn't be able to use me. And that's it. That's why I want the party. Because of that, I want to be able to grow and expand.
Great, thanks, Mr. Barnes. Questions from the board? All right, you're very thorough. So thanks, James, for your time and sharing your story. You'll hear from us about a month or two, but hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you. Guys, too, appreciate you.
All right, and last we will be hearing from Matthew Bittman. So Matthew. There we go. All right, well, Matt, you've seen how this works, so please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Matthew Bittman. I should let you know I'm a pretty quiet person. I'm definitely an introvert. Thank you for meeting with me today and for giving me the opportunity to share my story with you. want to give you some background as to why I committed this crime. Growing up in Connecticut, I was active in high school sports and musical theater. I suffered a sports-related injury shortly before graduating and was prescribed OxyContin by a doctor. Eventually, the doctor stopped refilling the prescription, but by that point, I had developed a physical dependence. Eventually, I stopped being able to afford my prescription pill habit and graduated to heroin. In 2007, I relocated to Milwaukee in hopes of rebuilding a life free from active addiction. But shortly after moving here, I started using again and soon graduated to intravenous drug use. By 2013, I had pretty much lost everything. I had no car, no job. I wasn't on speaking terms with my family, and my girlfriend had left me. I totally lost my moral compass and no longer worried about who I hurt. I was sleeping in parking garages or by the public library, really anywhere I thought I might be able to sleep without being robbed or beaten. I'm not a violent person. I never got into fights when I was in high school, so the idea of getting attacked in my sleep was always really terrifying. Drug addicts resort to all sorts of measures to support their addiction. I took to stealing scrap metal so I could sell it for money to buy heroin. I know this caused great harm to both the businesses I stole from and the scrapyards who bought the stolen metal. But I was desperate to feed my habit. I was arrested several times for this crime. Each time I would stop using for a few weeks and then return to old habits. In 2013, I was arrested for the final time and charged with felony theft of movable property. I was given 2 years probation, which I successfully completed, paying all my restitution and supervision fees. I did have a few minor slip-ups in the beginning, none documented by my probation officer, but I'm proud to say I've been drug-free since June of 2015, and even quit smoking and vaping in 2020. I've had no police contact other than minor traffic violations. I've been employed with the same company, Happy Lawns, the entire time and was recently promoted to production manager and now lead 8 two-person crews. I reunited with my old girlfriend who has been sober since December of 2012. I proposed in 2019 when we were on vacation and she said yes. I've also rebuilt my relationship with her parents who once wouldn't speak to me or allow me on their property. Her parents are in the 70s, so I try to be of service any way I can. I go to their home a few times a month to do yard work and help around the house. It feels so good to be close with her dad, who has become like a second father to me. I've had many victories. I've been able to rebuild my credit. I've rebuilt relationships with both my father and stepmom and my mother, who still is in Connecticut. I'm active in my synagogue, Sinai, and a member of the Synagogue Brotherhood. My fiance and I are working with our rabbi on my conversion to Judaism, and we will be married once I have made the conversion. We donate money to the Joint Distribution Fund, and we are active in our synagogue social outreach group. I'm trying to also follow kosher dietary rules. I've stopped eating shellfish, and I'm getting better at mixing meat and dairy. Progress, not perfection. I also volunteer my time at my father's church. I take care of the entire football field and all the grounds at Catholic Central High School and the adjoining church, St. Mary's. I have a state certification from the Department of Agriculture, State and Consumer Protection in categories 3.0 for turf management and 5.0 for aquatic waterways. I'm grateful to be able to serve my dad's church and use my certification to make the grounds more beautiful. I no longer associate with drug users. In fact, my best friend is a parole officer. If you had told me 10 years ago I'd spend Saturdays with a parole officer, well, I would have laughed at you. I'm so grateful to have built quality relationships that aren't about using drugs or alcohol. Last weekend, I served as a groomsman at my friend's wedding, which is not something I ever thought I'd be able to experience. I believe I'm a great example of how the criminal justice system can actually help people. My life is worth living today, whereas I only experienced suffering before my felony. I've rebuilt my life and created meaning for myself. As grateful as I am for my current job, I don't think I want to work outside for the rest of my life. I can't imagine I will be able to do physical labor forever. I also know the pesticides I breathe in every day at work could be taking their toll on me. I have some credits towards network security and would like to pursue a career in that field. There are clearances and background checks required for employment, and my felony would hinder me from being employable. Last summer, we decided we wanted to move from Milwaukee to Wauwatosa. My felony created a lot of problems when looking for a home. To be quite frank, the only reason we got this house was the landlord didn't do a background check. I know that they cannot say it, that is because I'm a felon, but we had several showings where they loved us, but once we applied, someone else got the house. Once we get married, I want to have a child and I want to be able to provide the best of my ability, but being a felon puts many limitations on that. I'm asking for a pardon so I can finish school and be in a position to give my future family the best life possible. I'd like to thank the board again for your time listening to me and all the other applicants today.
Mr. Bittman, questions from the board? Jeff? And then
Would you
Jerry?
like to answer? So what was it about your felony arrest and conviction in 2013, or the probation? What was it about that that changed your life trajectory? What caused you to?
I was just tired of being sick and tired. I was homeless, like, and the probation gave me an opportunity to have some sort of stability. Like, my mom was willing to help me out. She got me a place where I was away from all the other people who I was using with, and I got the job at Happy Lawns right away. And having that job, I think, really helped me steer me in the right direction.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, Jerry?
Mr. Bittman, how do you maintain your sobriety?
Right now, I have my fiance who has 10 years sober. I have lots of close friends that all know my situation. I haven't had a desire to use any drugs or alcohol, I can say, in the last 3 years. Before that, it was kind of touch and go, and I was in the program. I was in NA and AA to begin with. But just like with time, after I completed the steps, and I'll go occasionally, but I just, life gets in the way.
Okay, thank you.
Cindy?
Mr. Bittman, you've probably heard me ask other applicants this, but you did not submit any letters of support. And
no, I did.
Okay. We did not receive any.
There was 3 of them. There was supposed to be one from my father-in-law, my buddy who's a parole officer.
Did you submitted them directly with your application?
With the application, yeah.
Okay. Well, we didn't get them, but I'm glad you did. And so that answers my question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's not your issue at all. I appreciate that you did, and we'll look into that, but thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions for Mr. Bittman? All right, well, thanks for appearing before us. You'll hear from us in about a month or 2 in terms of the outcome of the process, but congratulations on your sobriety and engagement.
Thank you very much.
All right, and with that, that concludes the afternoon session of the July 8th, 2022 hearing. We're now at the point where we will be moving into closed session. As stated on the public open meeting notice for today, the closed session is for purposes, among other things, for considering individual applications and personal histories, medical information, and other specific applications. Is there a first? Jeff, second?
I'll second.
Nadia seconds. Anybody opposed? Hearing none, passes unanimously, and we will move into closed session.